Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the quiet years before the great adventures that would make his name legend throughout Middle-earth, when Bilbo Baggins was but a young hobbit of 30 summers, there occurred an incident that would shape the peculiar character for which he would later become renowned. It was a time when the Shire knew peace, when the greatest concerns of its inhabitants were the timing of harvests and the quality of pipeweed, and when respectable hobbits like the Bagginses were expected to maintain their reputation for predictability and proper behaviour above all else. Bilbo had recently come into his inheritance at Bag End, that most desirable of hobbit holes, following the passing of his father Bungo. His mother Belladonna, of the Took family, still lived then, though she had grown quieter in her later years, as if some fire that once burned within her had banked itself to embers. Yet sometimes, when the wind blew from the west and carried with it hints of distant mountains and far-off lands, Bilbo would catch her standing at the round green door, gazing outward with an expression he could not quite name. Longing, perhaps, or remembrance of roads not taken. It was on a morning in late spring, when the apple blossoms hung heavy in the orchards and the bees hummed their drowsy songs, that the first whisper of strangeness came to Hobbiton. Old Hamfist Gamgee, who tended the gardens at Bag End with the devotion of a craftsman and the pride of an artist, arrived at the kitchen door with news that set the neighbourhood abuzz. "Master Bilbo," he said, his weathered face creased with concern, "there's been a queer thing happened down by the water. Young Tom Cottonwood went missing 3 nights past, and his folk are beside themselves with worry. They've searched every inch from Hobbiton to Bywater, but there's neither hide nor hair of the lad to be found." Bilbo, who had been enjoying his second breakfast of sausages and fried tomatoes, set down his fork with a frown. "Missing, you say? But Tom's a sensible enough fellow, isn't he? Perhaps he's simply gone visiting relatives in Tuckborough or Buckland." Hamfist shook his head slowly, his hands twisting the brim of his hat. "Begging your pardon, Master Bilbo, but his mother says he went out to check the fishing nets just after sunset, like he does every evening. She heard him singing as he went down the path, but he never came back, and the nets were found floating empty in the morning, all tangled and torn as if something terrible had taken hold of them." A chill ran through Bilbo despite the warmth of the spring morning. He thought of Tom Cottonwood, a cheerful hobbit lad of barely 20 years, always ready with a joke or a helping hand. The idea of something befalling him in the peaceful waters of the Bywater troubled Bilbo more than he cared to admit. Throughout the day, more reports filtered through Hobbiton like autumn leaves scattered by an ill wind. Old Widow Rumble claimed she had seen strange lights flickering near the water's edge on the night Tom disappeared. Lights that danced and swayed in patterns that hurt the eyes to follow. Farmer Maggot, whose lands bordered the water to the south, swore he had heard singing that same night, but singing unlike any hobbit voice, high and cold, and somehow wrong. By evening, when the shadows grew long across the party field, and the first stars began to prick through the deepening blue of the sky, the sheriffs had organised a proper search party. They gathered in the square before the mill, stout hobbits armed with staves and lanterns, their faces set with determination though their eyes betrayed their unease. Bilbo found himself drawn to join them, though a more sensible part of his mind counselled him to return to Bag End and the safety of his books and his comfortable armchair. Yet something in him, some inheritance perhaps from his mother's Took blood, would not let him turn away. He took up a walking stick, not quite a weapon but solid enough for comfort, and added himself to the company. The sheriff in charge, a portly hobbit named Holman Greenhand, looked surprised to see Bilbo Baggins among the searchers. "Master Baggins," he said with poorly concealed doubt, "this may prove rough going. We're heading down to the water's edge, where the banks grow marshy and the footings uncertain. Perhaps you'd be better served keeping watch from higher ground." Bilbo felt his Took blood rise at the suggestion. "I may not have the girth of a brace girdle or the height of a brandybuck," he replied with more spirit than he usually showed, "but my eyes are keen and my feet are steady. Tom Cottonwood is a neighbour and a friend, and I'll do my part in finding him." Something in Bilbo's tone must have convinced the sheriff, for he nodded and gestured for Bilbo to take a place in the line. As the sun finally slipped below the horizon and twilight settled over the Shire like a grey cloak, the search party set off toward the water. The path down to the riverbank was familiar enough in daylight, a well-worn track through meadows of wildflowers and past ancient willows that trailed their branches in the current. But as darkness deepened and the lanterns cast their flickering light across the landscape, the familiar became strange and unsettling. The willows seemed to lean closer, their hanging branches moving though there was no wind. The sound of the water, usually a cheerful burbling, now carried an undertone that reminded Bilbo uncomfortably of whispered conversations in a language he could not understand. They reached the spot where Tom's nets had been found, marked now by a stick driven into the soft earth. The hobbits spread out along the bank, their lanterns bobbing like fireflies as they searched for any sign of the missing lad. Bilbo found himself at the edge of the group, where the cultivated lands gave way to wilder country. Here the water ran deeper and darker, and the old trees pressed close to its edge. It was there, in that liminal space between the tame and the wild, that Bilbo saw it. At first he thought it merely a trick of the light, a reflection of his lantern on the dark water. But as he looked closer, his breath caught in his throat. There, just beneath the surface, something moved. Not the dart of a fish or the swirl of current, but something larger, something that seemed to be watching him with eyes that glowed faint and green in the depths. Before he could call out to the others, before he could even properly register what he was seeing, a voice reached his ears. It came from the water itself, or so it seemed. A voice that was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, but something else entirely. The words were in the common tongue, yet they carried with them echoes of elder days and forgotten languages. "Bilbo Baggins," the voice whispered, and in that whisper was the sound of water running over stones, of wind through reeds, of all the small secret sounds of river and stream. "Bilbo Baggins of Bag End, son of Bungo, son of Belladonna, who once dreamed of distant shores. We have been waiting for one such as you." Bilbo's heart hammered in his chest like a smith's hammer on an anvil, and his hands trembled so violently that his lantern swayed, casting wild shadows across the water's surface. For a long moment he stood frozen, unable to speak, unable to move, unable to do anything but stare at those pale green eyes that watched him from the depths. Every sensible instinct screamed at him to flee, to run back to the safety of Bag End and bolt the door and never venture near the water again. Yet something held him rooted to the spot, some curiosity or perhaps some deeper calling that he did not fully understand. "Who are you?" he managed at last, his voice barely more than a whisper. "What have you done with Tom Cottonwood?" The eyes in the water seemed to brighten, and ripples spread across the surface, though there was no wind and nothing had broken the water. Laughter came then, soft and musical and somehow sad, like the sound of rain falling on still pools. "We have done nothing with your Tom Cottonwood, young hobbit. He came to us of his own will, drawn by songs older than your shire, older than the kingdoms of men, older perhaps than the very trees that remember the first dawn. He has gone beneath, gone down to where the water spirits dwell, and there he dances still in halls you cannot imagine." Bilbo felt anger kindle in his breast, burning away some of his fear. "Gone beneath? You mean he's drowned? You've killed him?" The voice that answered carried a note of reproach. "We do not kill, Bilbo Baggins. We do not take what is not freely given. Your Tom came to the water's edge and heard our singing, and in that singing he heard his heart's desire. For 3 nights he returned, drawn by dreams of beauty beyond mortal knowing, and on the 3rd night he chose to join us. He lives still, after a fashion, though whether you would call it life I cannot say. Time moves differently in our realm, and those who enter it are changed in ways both wondrous and terrible." "Show me," Bilbo demanded, surprising himself with his boldness. "If he lives, show me where he is. His mother weeps for him, his father walks the banks, calling his name. If there is any mercy in you, any shred of compassion, show me my friend." There was a long silence, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the bank and the distant calls of the search party. Then the voice spoke again, and this time there was something like respect in its tone. "You are brave, son of Belladonna, braver than most of your kind. Very well. Look into the water, look deep, and we shall show you what has become of Tom Cottonwood. But be warned, Bilbo Baggins. What you see may trouble your dreams for years to come, and once seen, such things cannot be unseen." Bilbo knelt at the water's edge, his knees sinking into the soft mud, and held his lantern close to the surface. The light reflected back at him, and for a moment he saw only his own face staring up from the depths, young and frightened, and very much out of his element. But then the reflection began to change, to shift and swirl, and he found himself looking down into depths that should not have existed in a river he had known all his life. The water opened before him like a window into another world, and what he saw there made his breath catch in wonder and horror mingled. Far below, impossibly far given that the river was nowhere more than 10 feet deep, there stretched a vast underwater hall. Its walls were made of living water that flowed and rippled but never mixed, forming columns and arches of impossible grace. Light came from everywhere and nowhere, a pale greenish radiance that illuminated without warming, that showed all but comforted nothing. And there, in the center of that strange hall, figures danced. They were not quite solid, not quite transparent, beings made of water and moonlight and ancient magic. They moved with fluid grace, spinning and leaping in patterns that followed music Bilbo could almost but not quite hear. And among them, still wearing his simple hobbit clothes that now floated around him like seaweed, danced Tom Cottonwood. But it was Tom, as Bilbo had never seen him before. The cheerful, ruddy-faced hobbit lad had become something else, something fey and otherworldly. His eyes glowed with the same pale green light as the water spirits around him, and his movements had taken on their inhuman grace. He smiled as he danced, but it was a smile that spoke of things beyond mortal joy, of pleasures and pains that hobbits were never meant to know. "Tom," Bilbo called out, his voice breaking. "Tom, can you hear me?" For just an instant, the dancing figure paused and looked up. Recognition flickered in those glowing eyes, and something of the old Tom seemed to surface through the enchantment. "Bilbo," he called back, and his voice sounded like it was coming from very far away, filtered through fathoms of water and layers of magic. "Bilbo, is that you? I had forgotten there was a world above, forgotten the sun and the grass and the good earth. How long have I been dancing?" 3 days and nights," Bilbo shouted. "Tom, you must come back. Your family needs you. The Shire needs you. This is not your place." But even as he spoke, the water spirits closed around Tom once more, and their singing grew louder, and the enchantment reasserted its hold. The young hobbit's eyes glazed over again, that too bright smile returning to his face, and he resumed his dance as if he had never paused. Within moments he was lost among the swirling figures, indistinguishable from the spirits themselves. The vision began to fade, the window into the underwater realm closing like an eye shutting. Bilbo lunged forward, reaching desperately toward the water, as if he could somehow pull Tom back through sheer force of will. His hand broke the surface, and instantly he felt something grasp it, something cold and strong and utterly inhuman. He tried to pull back, but the grip was iron firm, and he felt himself being drawn forward, toward the water, toward the depths where Tom danced his endless dance. In that moment of crisis, with the cold water rising past his wrist and the grip pulling him inexorably downward, Bilbo did something that would later seem to him both instinctive and impossibly brave. He began to sing, not one of the common songs of the Shire, not a drinking tune or a walking song, but something his mother had taught him long ago, something she claimed came from her own mother and her mother before that, passed down through generations of Tooks who had not always been quite as respectable as hobbits were supposed to be. The words were in an older form of the common tongue, mixed with elvish phrases whose meaning he did not fully know, but the melody was clear and strong and full of the warmth of sunlight and growing things. It spoke of home and hearth, of good earth and honest labour, of simple joys and the comfort of familiar walls. It was a song of the Shire itself, of everything the hobbits were and had been and hoped to be. The effect was immediate and profound. The grip on his wrist loosened, and the water spirit seemed to recoil as if burned. He heard a cry from the depths, a sound of mingled pain and longing and something that might have been grief. The pale green glow flickered and dimmed, and for just a moment, Bilbo saw faces in the water, ancient faces filled with sorrow and isolation, creatures that had dwelt in the deep so long they had forgotten what it meant to walk in sunlight. "Release him," Bilbo commanded, still singing, his voice growing stronger with each word. "Release Tom Cottonwood. He is not yours to keep. He belongs to the Shire, to the sun and the soil, to his family and his friends. Whatever bargain you think he made, whatever promise you believe he gave, I claim him back in the name of all that is green and growing, in the name of the earth that bore him and the home that waits for him." The water began to churn and boil, and Bilbo felt himself thrown backward onto the muddy bank. He scrambled to his feet, his clothes soaked and his heart racing, just in time to see the surface of the water break. Up from the depths rose a figure, coughing and gasping, solid and real and blessedly, wonderfully mortal. Tom Cottonwood collapsed onto the bank like a fish thrown from the river, his chest heaving as he drew great gulping breaths of air. Water streamed from his hair and clothes, pooling around him on the grass, and in the lantern light Bilbo could see that the young hobbit was shaking violently, whether from cold or shock, or the aftermath of enchantment, he could not say. The pale green glow had faded from Tom's eyes, replaced by confusion and fear, and a desperate, wild recognition of the world he had nearly lost. Bilbo dropped to his knees beside his friend, steadying Tom's shoulders as another fit of coughing seized him. "Easy now," he said, his voice gentle despite his own thundering heart. "You're back, Tom. You're safe. Just breathe." The commotion had drawn the attention of the search party, and lanterns began converging on their location like fireflies drawn to a particularly interesting flower. Holman Greenhand arrived first, his face flushed from running, his eyes wide with amazement as he took in the scene before him. "Master Baggins!" he gasped. Can it be? Have you found young Tom?" Before Bilbo could answer, other hobbits came crashing through the riverside brush, their exclamations of surprise and relief creating a cacophony that seemed almost profane after the eerie silence that had preceded it. Within moments, Tom was surrounded by concerned faces, wrapped in spare cloaks, and being peppered with questions he seemed in no condition to answer. His eyes remained unfocused, staring at nothing, and when he tried to speak, only garbled sounds emerged, as if he had forgotten the shapes of words. "Give him space," Bilbo commanded, with an authority that surprised even himself. "Can't you see the lad is in shock? He needs warmth and rest, not an interrogation. Holman, send runners to fetch his parents and the healer. The rest of you, help me get him back to Bag End. It's closer than his family's hole, and my mother will know what to do." There was something in Bilbo's tone that brooked no argument, some quality of command that sat strangely on one usually so mild-mannered. The hobbits obeyed without question, and soon Tom was being half carried, half dragged up the path from the water toward the lights of Hobbiton that twinkled on the hill above. Bilbo walked beside them, one hand on Tom's arm, acutely aware of the cold weight of water still clinging to his own clothes, and the way his fingers trembled with spent adrenaline. Behind them, the water flowed on as it always had, dark and seemingly innocent, giving no sign of the strange realm that existed in its depths. But as they climbed higher, Bilbo thought he heard, very faintly on the night wind, a sound like singing. It was mournful and beautiful, and filled with a loneliness so profound it made his heart ache. He did not look back. By the time they reached Bag End, word had spread through Hobbiton like wildfire in dry grass. Tom's parents, Abel and Lily Cottonwood, came running up the lane, their faces streaked with tears of joy and relief. Abel, a stout hobbit with a shock of grey hair, could barely speak for sobbing, while Lily threw her arms around her son, as if she would never let him go again. The healer, old Mistress Hornblower, arrived shortly after, her bag of herbs and remedies clutched firmly in her capable hands. Belladonna Baggins met them at the door of Bag End, her expression calm despite the chaos unfolding on her doorstep. She took in the scene with a single sweeping glance, her keen, took eyes missing nothing, from her son's sodden clothes to Tom's vacant stare to the frightened whispers of the gathered hobbits. Without a word, she ushered them all inside, directing Tom to be placed in the guest room near the fire, while sending others to fetch hot water and clean linens. As the others busied themselves with Tom's care, Belladonna drew Bilbo aside into the study, closing the door firmly against the noise and confusion. Her face, which had been so composed before the others, now showed deep concern. She placed both hands on Bilbo's shoulders and looked into his eyes with an intensity that made him feel suddenly very young indeed. "Tell me," she said quietly. "Tell me everything that happened, and leave nothing out, no matter how strange it may seem." And so Bilbo told her. He spoke of the voice from the water, of the vision of the underwater hall, of Tom dancing with the spirits, of the song he had sung without fully knowing why. His mother listened without interrupting, her expression growing more grave with each word. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant, as if seeing into memories long buried. "That song," she said at last. "Where did you learn it?" "From you, mother," Bilbo replied, confused. "Don't you remember? You taught it to me when I was small. You said it came from your mother, from the Tooks." Belladonna nodded slowly. "Yes, I remember. But I never told you what it truly was. That song, my dear boy, is not merely a pleasant melody. It is a ward, a protection, something passed down through certain families who remember the old times, when the boundaries between the seen and unseen worlds were thinner than they are now. My mother taught it to me, and her mother taught it to her, going back generations to when the Tooks were not quite so respectable as we pretend to be today." She moved to the window, looking out over the darkened Shire. "There are powers in Middle-earth older than the Shire, older than hobbits, older even than the eldest elves who dwell in Rivendell. The water spirits you encountered tonight are among them. They are not evil, not precisely, but they are not bound by the same rules that govern mortal folk. They exist outside of time as we know it, and those who fall under their enchantment may dance for what seems like hours, but discover that years have passed in the world above, or dance for years and find only moments have gone by." Bilbo felt a chill run through him. Tom said he had forgotten there was a world above. "Mother, what would have happened if I hadn't reached him when I did?" Belladonna turned back to face him, and there was sorrow in her eyes. "He would have danced until his mortal body could dance no more, until he became one with the spirits themselves, neither living nor dead, but something in between. His family would have mourned him as lost, and in time the Shire would have forgotten him entirely, save perhaps as a cautionary tale to tell children about staying away from the water after dark." She crossed to Bilbo and took his hand in both of hers. "You did a brave thing tonight, my son, a brave and dangerous thing. The Song of Warding is powerful, but using it draws attention. The spirits will remember you now, remember your voice and your face. They may seek you out again, whether to thank you or to test you or simply because you have made yourself interesting to them. You must be careful." Before Bilbo could respond, a soft knock came at the door. Mistress Hornblower entered, her face troubled. "Begging your pardon, but you should both come. The lad is awake and speaking, but what he's saying makes precious little sense. He keeps asking for Master Bilbo, saying there's something he must tell him, something important." They found Tom sitting up in bed, wrapped in blankets and surrounded by his anxious parents. The colour had returned somewhat to his cheeks, and his eyes, while still showing traces of the strange experiences he had undergone, were clear and focused. When he saw Bilbo enter, he reached out a trembling hand. "Bilbo," he said, his voice hoarse but urgent, "I have to tell you, I have to warn you. They spoke to me, the spirits, just before you pulled me free. They said things, terrible things, and wonderful things, all mixed together, so I can't tell which is which anymore." Bilbo sat on the edge of the bed, taking Tom's hand in his own. "What did they say, Tom? What message did they give you?" Tom's grip tightened, and his eyes took on a faraway look, as if he were seeing something beyond the comfortable walls of Bag End. "They said the world is changing, that the long peace is coming to an end. They said there are shadows stirring in forgotten places, old evils waking from long sleep, and they said," Tom's voice dropped to a whisper, "they said that you, Bilbo Baggins, would have a part to play in what's to come. They called you the bridge walker, the one who stands between the respectable and the wild, between comfort and adventure. They said you would be tested, and that the choices you make would ripple out across Middle-earth in ways you cannot imagine." The room had fallen silent, every eye fixed on Bilbo's face. He felt the weight of their stares, felt the enormity of Tom's words settling over him like a cloak he had not asked to wear. Part of him wanted to laugh, to dismiss it all as the confused ramblings of someone still recovering from enchantment. But another part, the part that had knelt by the water and sung a song of power, the part that carried, took blood and the memory of his mother's knowing eyes, recognized truth when he heard it. "That's nonsense," he said at last, forcing his voice to sound light and unconcerned. "I'm just a hobbit, and a respectable one at that. I have no interest in adventures or dangers or any such uncomfortable things. The spirits were having a jest at your expense, Tom, filling your head with grand prophecies to amuse themselves." But even as he spoke the words, even as the tension in the room eased and nervous laughter rippled through the gathered hobbits, Bilbo knew he was lying. Something had awakened in him tonight, down by the water's edge. Some door had been opened that could not easily be closed. He had looked into the deep places of the world and been looked at in return, and he would never be quite the same hobbit he had been before. The days following Tom Cottonwood's return were strange ones in Hobbiton. On the surface, life returned to its normal rhythms. Hobbits went about their business, tending gardens and smoking pipes and sharing meals with neighbours as they always had. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, an undercurrent of unease flowed through the community, like water through underground channels. People spoke in hushed voices about the incident at the water, and mothers kept their children closer to home as evening approached. Tom himself recovered quickly in body, regaining his strength and colour within a few days. But those who knew him well could see that something fundamental had changed. The easy laughter that had once come so readily now seemed forced, and his eyes held a distant quality, as if part of him remained in those underwater halls, still hearing music that mortal ears were not meant to perceive. He returned to his work and his family, but there were times when he would stop mid-sentence, his gaze turning toward the water, and a look of such profound longing would cross his face that it frightened those who witnessed it. Bilbo, for his part, found himself the subject of an attention he had never sought, and did not particularly welcome. Hobbits who had previously regarded him as nothing more than Bilbo Baggins's quiet son now looked at him with a mixture of respect and wariness. They called him brave, they called him clever, and some of the older hobbits who remembered wilder days even whispered that he was touched by the Took madness, that adventurous streak that ran through Belladonna's family, like a vein of gold through rock. The mayor himself, Will Whitfoot, paid a visit to Bag End 3 days after the incident. He was a portly hobbit of considerable dignity, with a great brown beard and eyes that missed very little despite their kindly appearance. Belladonna received him in the parlour, serving tea and seed cakes, while Bilbo shifted uncomfortably in his chair, feeling very much like a student called before a stern schoolmaster. "Master Baggins," the mayor began, setting down his teacup with deliberate care, "I want to thank you on behalf of the entire Shire for your quick thinking and bravery in retrieving young Tom. His family is grateful beyond measure, and the community owes you a debt of gratitude." Bilbo mumbled something modest about only doing what anyone would have done, but the mayor held up a hand to silence him. "That's just it, you see," the mayor continued, his expression growing more serious. "Not anyone would have done what you did. Most sensible hobbits, confronted with such strangeness, would have run for help, or at the very least waited for others more qualified to handle such matters. You went forward alone, faced powers that few in the Shire even believe exist, and brought our Tom back from a fate worse than drowning." He leaned forward, his gaze intent. "The question that troubles me, Master Baggins, is this. Where did you learn to do such a thing? The song you sang, the way you commanded those spirits, these are not skills taught in ordinary hobbit households. Your mother has been unusually quiet on the subject, which leads me to believe there are old family secrets involved, things that perhaps should be brought into the light." Belladonna, who had been silent until now, set down her own teacup with a soft click that somehow carried more weight than a shout. "Mayor Whitfoot," she said, her voice pleasant but with an edge like well-honed steel beneath the courtesy. "My son did what needed to be done, using knowledge that has been passed down through my family for generations. If you wish to question the legitimacy of such knowledge, perhaps you should remember that it was this same knowledge that saved a young hobbit's life. Would you prefer we had remained ignorant and let Tom dance himself to death in the deeps?" The mayor had the grace to look abashed. "Of course not, Mistress Baggins," he said quickly. "I meant no offence. It's just that, well, there are those in the community who are concerned. Strange happenings attract strange attention, and the Shire has enjoyed peace for so long precisely because we avoid such things." "Peace built on willful ignorance," Belladonna replied tartly. is no peace at all, merely postponed trouble. But I understand your concern, Mayor. Rest assured, my son has no intention of making a habit of such adventures. Do you, Bilbo? All eyes turned to Bilbo, and he found himself once again trapped between honesty and expectation. No, mother, he said, the words feeling hollow in his mouth. No intention at all. I am quite content to remain a respectable hobbit of the Shire, with no more excitement than a good pipe and a well-tended garden. Yet even as he spoke, he felt a pang of something he could not quite name. Was it disappointment? Regret? Or perhaps the first stirrings of a hunger he had not known existed? A desire to see what lay beyond the comfortable boundaries of the life he had always known. After the mayor departed, satisfied with the assurances he had received, Belladonna regarded her son with knowing eyes. "You're a terrible liar, my dear boy," she said gently. "You get that from your father. Bungo could never deceive anyone about anything. Bless his honest heart." Bilbo sighed, slumping in his chair. "I don't know what I feel, mother," he admitted. "Part of me wants nothing more than to forget the whole business, to go back to the way things were before. But another part," he paused, struggling to find words for the unfamiliar emotions churning within him. "Another part feels like I've been asleep my whole life, and only just now started to wake up." Belladonna crossed to the window, looking out over the Shire as twilight began to paint the sky in shades of purple and gold. "That feeling," she said softly, "is your Took blood speaking. My father felt it, and his mother before him. It's the call of the wide world, the longing for roads that go ever on, for mountains and forests and stars in strange skies. Most hobbits never hear it, content as they are with their small corner of Middle-earth. But those who do hear it are never quite comfortable again in the quiet places." She turned back to face him, and there was sadness in her smile. "I heard it too, when I was young. I dreamed of sailing down the Brandywine to the sea, of walking in the woods of Lothlorien, of seeing the white towers of Gondor. But I chose differently. I chose your father, chose this life, chose respectability and comfort over adventure and wonder. And I have never regretted that choice, not for a moment. Your father gave me a happiness that no adventure could have matched. But you, my dear Bilbo," she continued, "you may not have the luxury of such a choice. The water spirits saw something in you, marked you as significant in ways I do not fully understand. Tom's prophecy, confused as it may have been, suggests that your path has already been laid out, whether you wish to walk it or not." "That's ridiculous," Bilbo protested, but without much conviction. "I'm nobody special, mother. I'm just an ordinary hobbit who happened to be in the right place at the right time, or the wrong place at the wrong time, depending on how you look at it." Belladonna laughed, a sound like silver bells. "Oh, my dear boy, if you were ordinary, you would never have gone to the water's edge in the first place. An ordinary hobbit would have stayed safely with the main search party, or better yet, stayed home altogether. But you walked to the boundary between the tame and the wild, and when something called to you from the deeps, you answered. That alone marks you as extraordinary, whether you wish to accept it or not." In the weeks that followed, Bilbo tried his best to return to ordinary life. He tended his garden with renewed diligence, pruning and weeding and coaxing his vegetables to impressive growth. He accepted dinner invitations from neighbors, sitting through lengthy conversations about the weather and the quality of this year's tobacco crop. He even took up a correspondence with a second cousin in Buckland, discussing in tedious detail the proper methods for storing potatoes over the winter. Yet try as he might, he could not shake the feeling that he was playing a part, wearing a mask of normalcy that no longer quite fit. At night, he dreamed of underwater halls and dancing spirits, of roads that stretched beyond the horizon, of mountains white with snow and forests dark with ancient secrets. He would wake in the pre-dawn darkness, his heart racing, feeling as though he had been on the verge of understanding something profound, only to have it slip away with the coming of daylight. The water itself seemed changed, or perhaps it was only that Bilbo now saw it with different eyes. Where once it had been merely a pleasant feature of the landscape, a place for fishing and swimming and lazy summer afternoons, it now appeared as a gateway to mysteries he had barely glimpsed. Sometimes, in the evening when shadows lengthened across its surface, he thought he saw lights dancing in the depths, or heard snatches of melody carried on the breeze. He told himself it was imagination, the lingering effects of that strange night, but he knew better. Tom Cottonwood avoided the water entirely now, taking long detours to avoid even glimpsing its surface. The two young hobbits had spoken only once since that night, a brief and uncomfortable conversation in which neither could quite meet the other's eyes. There was a bond between them now, forged in the strange fire of their shared experience, but it was not the easy friendship they had known before. They had seen too much, touched too closely, to powers that hobbits were meant to leave well enough alone. Summer deepened over the Shire, bringing with it long golden days and warm velvet nights filled with the songs of crickets and nightingales. The hay was cut and bundled in the fields, the apple trees hung heavy with fruit, and the gardens of Hobbiton produced vegetables of such size and quality that even the most critical hobbits had to admit it was an exceptional year. Life continued its comfortable rhythm, and gradually the incident at the water faded from the forefront of community gossip, replaced by more immediate concerns, like the upcoming harvest festival and speculation about which hobbit lass young Sandyman might be courting. Bilbo threw himself into his books with renewed fervour, spending long hours in his father's old study surrounded by volumes of history and poetry and maps of distant lands. Bilbo Baggins had been an unusually well-read hobbit, and his collection included not only the expected agricultural treatises and genealogies, but also stranger fare, elvish poetry translated into the common tongue, dwarvish songs of ancient kingdoms, even a few volumes in languages Bilbo could not identify, their pages covered in flowing scripts that seemed to shimmer and shift in the candlelight. It was among these books that Bilbo found something that made his heart quicken with recognition. Tucked between a volume on the cultivation of pipeweed and a rather dry account of the founding of the Shire, he discovered a slim journal bound in faded green leather. The handwriting inside was unmistakably his mother's. Though younger and more hasty than her current careful script, it was dated some 35 years earlier, before her marriage to Bungo, before she had become the respectable Mistress Baggins of Bag End. With trembling fingers, Bilbo turned the pages, drinking in words that revealed a Belladonna he had never known. She wrote of restless nights and vivid dreams, of conversations with wandering elves who sometimes passed through the Shire on their way to the Grey Havens. She described learning songs of power from her grandmother, songs that could calm storms and ease pain, and in dire circumstances command the attention of beings older than the sun and moon. She wrote of the tension between her adventurous spirit and the expectations placed upon her as a Took, the delicate balance between wildness and respectability that her family had always walked. But it was an entry from late summer, written in a hand that shook with emotion, that struck Bilbo to his core. She had been walking alone in the woods near the border of the Shire, she wrote, when she encountered a stranger. Not an elf this time, but something else. Something that wore the shape of an old man, but moved with an uncanny grace, and spoke with a voice that carried echoes of thunder and distant mountains. He had offered her a choice, this strange wanderer. "Come with me," he had said, "and see wonders beyond imagining. Walk roads that lead to the ending of the world. Stand in halls of stone beneath mountains. Witness the slow turning of ages and the deeds of the great and terrible. Or stay here in your green land, live a quiet life, die peacefully in your bed surrounded by children and grandchildren who will never know what their mother might have been." She had chosen to stay, Belladonna wrote, but oh, how it had cost her. She had looked into the stranger's eyes, ancient and knowing, and filled with starlight, and had seen reflected there all the paths she would never walk, all the songs she would never sing, all the great deeds she would never witness. And yet she had turned away, had walked back to the Shire, had married good Bilbo Baggins, and settled into a life of comfortable respectability. Because some dreams, she concluded, must be set aside for the sake of love and duty, and the simple joy of a life lived in peace. Bilbo closed the journal carefully, his hands shaking. He understood now the sadness he sometimes glimpsed in his mother's eyes, the way she would gaze westward on clear evenings as if searching for something beyond the horizon. She had made her choice, and never regretted it. But the weight of that choice, the awareness of all she had given up, had shaped her in ways he was only now beginning to comprehend. That evening, as they sat together after supper, Bilbo worked up the courage to speak of what he had found. "Mother," he began hesitantly, "I came across an old journal of yours today, in Father's study. I hope you don't mind that I read it." Belladonna looked up from her needlework, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The green one? With my impossibly romantic scribblings from before I knew any better, I had wondered what became of that. I thought perhaps I had burned it in a fit of practicality years ago. You wrote about a stranger in the woods, Bilbo pressed on. Someone who offered you an adventure. Who was he, Mother? What did he really want? His mother set down her sewing, her expression growing distant. I never knew his true name, though I suspect he was one of the Istari, the wizards who wander Middle-earth on errands known only to themselves. He appeared to me 3 times that summer, always when I was alone, always at twilight, when the boundary between the familiar and the strange grows thin. Each time he asked if I had reconsidered, if I was ready to step beyond the borders of my small life and into the great stories that were unfolding across the world. And each time you said no, Bilbo observed quietly. Each time I said no, Belladonna confirmed, because I had met your father by then, and I had come to understand that there are different kinds of courage, different kinds of adventure. It takes bravery to chase after distant horizons, yes, but it also takes bravery to build a home, to plant a garden, to love someone knowing that all things must eventually end. Your father taught me that, though he never knew it, he taught me that a life lived with intention and care, even in a quiet corner of the world, can be as meaningful as any grand quest. But you still wonder, Bilbo said. Sometimes you still wonder what might have been. Belladonna smiled, but there was something melancholy in it. Of course I wonder. Only a fool closes every door without occasionally glancing back to see where else she might have gone. But wondering is not the same as regret, my dear boy. I made my choice with open eyes, and I have lived a life full of love and laughter and simple joys that I would not trade for all the adventures in Middle-earth. She reached across and took his hand. But you, Bilbo, you are young yet. You have not made your choice. The stranger who visited me never returned after I married your father, but I suspect that you will face similar crossroads in your life. Different circumstances, different choices, but the same fundamental question. Will you stay or will you go? Will you choose the comfort of the known or the uncertainty of the unknown? I don't want to leave you, Mother, Bilbo said, and was surprised to find tears pricking at his eyes. You're all the family I have left. How could I abandon you to chase after shadows and dreams? Oh, my dear boy, Belladonna said gently, pulling him into an embrace as if he were still a child rather than a hobbit of 30 years. When your time comes, if it comes, you must not let concern for me hold you back. I am not so old or so frail that I cannot manage on my own, and Hamfast and his family would see that I wanted for nothing. If you have the chance to live a story worth telling, you must take it. I gave up that chance for reasons that were right for me, but I would never forgive myself if you made the same choice simply out of duty to an old hobbit who has already lived her life. They sat together in comfortable silence for a while, mother and son, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside, the evening deepened toward night, and the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, and the sound of laughter drifted from the Green Dragon Inn. The Shire went about its peaceful business, unaware of the quiet conversation taking place in Bag End, unaware of the seeds of future adventure being planted in the heart of one unremarkable hobbit. As the days grew shorter, and autumn began to paint the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, Bilbo found himself increasingly drawn to the borders of the Shire. He took long walks that led him far from the well-travelled paths, wandering through woods where old trees whispered secrets in languages he could almost understand, standing on hilltops where he could see the distant line of mountains sharp against the western sky. He told himself he was simply exercising, clearing his head, enjoying the fine weather before winter closed in. But in truth, he was searching for something, though he could not have said exactly what. It was on one of these rambling walks, as September waned toward October, that Bilbo encountered something that would prove to be another turning point in his slow transformation from respectable hobbit to something altogether more unusual. He had wandered farther than intended, following a stream that led him into a part of the woods he did not recognize. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches forming a canopy so dense that only scattered patches of sunlight reached the forest floor. He was considering turning back, aware that dusk was approaching and that his mother would worry if he was late for supper when he heard it. Music, faint but unmistakable, drifting through the trees like wood smoke on the wind. It was not the simple tunes of hobbit folk songs, but something more complex, layered with harmonies that wove in and out of each other like streams braiding together. Bilbo felt his heart quicken, felt that same mixture of fear and fascination that had seized him by the water's edge weeks before. Every sensible instinct told Bilbo to turn around, to hurry back to the safety of well-known paths and the warm glow of Bag End's windows. But his feet, as if possessing a will of their own, carried him forward toward the source of the music. He moved quietly, instinctively, placing his large, furry feet with care to avoid snapping twigs or rustling through dry leaves. The music grew clearer with each step, and now he could distinguish voices singing in a language that flowed like water over smooth stones, beautiful and alien and achingly sad. He came upon them in a clearing where the last rays of sunlight slanted through the trees like bars of gold. There were perhaps a dozen of them, tall and slender and impossibly graceful, their hair catching the light as they moved in patterns that were part dance and part something else entirely. Elves. Bilbo had heard of them all his life, of course, had listened to his mother's stories of the fair folk who sometimes passed through the Shire on their way to the Grey Havens and the ships that would carry them across the sea. But he had never seen them himself, and no story could have prepared him for the reality of their presence. They wore garments of grey and green and silver that seemed to shift and shimmer as they moved, and their faces held an ageless quality that made it impossible to guess whether they were young or ancient beyond reckoning. Their eyes, when they turned toward him as he emerged from the trees, were deep as pools and filled with starlight and memory. Bilbo froze, suddenly acutely aware of how small and awkward and decidedly unheroic he must appear. A bumbling hobbit who had stumbled into something far beyond his understanding. The music ceased, and for a moment the only sound was the whisper of wind through leaves and Bilbo's own rapid breathing. Then one of the elves stepped forward, a tall figure with hair the colour of autumn leaves and eyes like grey mist. He regarded Bilbo with an expression that was not unfriendly but decidedly curious, as if the hobbit was some unexpected but not entirely unwelcome phenomenon. "Well met, little master," the elf said, and his voice was like music itself, each word perfectly formed and weighted with meaning. "It has been many years since one of your kind wandered so far from the beaten paths. Tell me, what brings a respectable hobbit to the deep woods as darkness gathers?" Bilbo found his voice with difficulty. "I heard your singing," he managed. "I was walking, and I heard it, and I suppose curiosity got the better of good sense. I beg your pardon if I've intruded on something private." The elf's lips curved in a smile. "Curiosity is a quality we value, though your folk seem to have largely bred it out of themselves in favour of comfort and predictability. As for intrusion, these woods belong to no one, and to everyone. We have as much right to sing here as you have to walk here, and perhaps both activities are improved by company." He gestured to a fallen log near the edge of the clearing. "Will you sit with us, hobbit? We were about to share a meal before continuing our journey, and we would be honoured if you would join us. It is rare these days to meet one of the halflings who still carries the light of wonder in his eyes." Bilbo hesitated, remembering a dozen warnings from his childhood about the dangers of accepting food from strangers, particularly strangers of the fair folk who lived by rules different from those of mortal beings. But the elf's expression held no threat, only a gentle amusement and what might have been loneliness, and Bilbo found himself moving forward, settling onto the log with an awkwardness that made him acutely conscious of his own ungainly nature compared to their fluid grace. The elves produced provisions from packs that seemed far too small to contain what emerged from them. There was bread that tasted like starlight and honey, fruit that filled the mouth with summer despite the advancing autumn, and a wine so clear and bright it seemed to glow from within. They offered these things to Bilbo with courteous gestures, and he accepted with growing confidence, finding that each bite and sip seemed to sharpen his senses rather than dull them, to clarify his thoughts rather than muddle them. As they ate, the elves spoke among themselves in their own tongue, voices rising and falling in conversation that sounded more like song than speech. But the elf with autumn-coloured hair turned his attention to Bilbo, studying him with those ageless eyes as if reading a book written in a language only he could understand. "You are Bilbo Baggins," he said, and it was not a question. "Son of Bungo and Belladonna, keeper of Bag End, respectable hobbit of the Shire. We knew your mother in the days before she chose the quiet path. She had a voice like silver bells and a spirit that yearned for distant shores. We tried to persuade her to come with us once, to see the realm of Rivendell where Lord Elrond keeps his house of lore and healing. But she chose love over wonder, family over adventure, and we could not fault her for it. Bilbo felt a strange tightness in his chest. You knew my mother. She never mentioned meeting elves, not directly. The elf smiled. There are many things parents keep from their children, not out of deception, but out of love. She did not wish to burden you with knowledge of paths she had chosen not to take. But we remember her well, Belladonna of the Tooks. She sang with us on 3 occasions, and each time we hoped she might change her mind and follow where the music led. But her heart was already given to another, and so we parted as friends who would meet no more in Middle-earth. One of the other elves, a maiden with hair like spun moonlight, spoke then in the common tongue, but the son carries the same light we saw in the mother, though perhaps he does not yet know it. See how his eyes drink in the world around him, how his spirit strains against the bonds of respectability, even as his mind counsels caution. This one has not yet made his choice, and the road before him branches in many directions. Bilbo felt exposed under their regard, as if they could see through the respectable exterior he presented to the world, and into the confused tangle of longing and fear that churned beneath. I don't know what you mean, he protested weakly. I'm quite content with my life as it is. I have no desire for adventures or strange roads or any such uncomfortable things. The autumn-haired elf laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Oh, little master, the lies we tell ourselves are often the most persistent and the most dangerous. But it is not our place to push you toward or away from any particular path. We can only tell you what we have seen in our long wandering of Middle-earth, and hope that the knowledge serves you well when your time of choosing comes. He leaned forward, his expression growing serious. The world is changing, Bilbo Baggins. The long peace that has sheltered the Shire is drawing toward its close, though that end may still be many years distant by your reckoning. Shadows stir in forgotten places, old powers wake from long slumber, and the game of great forces is beginning again after centuries of quiet. Your folk may remain untouched by these stirrings for a time, safe in your green hills and comfortable holes, but safety is not the same as isolation, and eventually the tides of the world will reach even to the Shire's borders. Another elf, an older-looking one with silver in his dark hair, added his voice to the conversation. There are those among the wise who believe that the small folk, the ones great powers overlook and discount, may have a part to play in what is to come. A hobbit's courage, when roused, burns with a pure flame. A hobbit's love of simple things and growing things may prove a bulwark against corruption that wizards and warriors cannot provide. You have already shown such courage once, we hear, when you faced the water spirits and brought back one of your own from their realm. Bilbo startled. How could you possibly know about that? It only happened a few weeks ago, and you're traveling through, you couldn't have heard the gossip. The moonlight-haired maiden smiled mysteriously. News travels in ways you do not understand, little master. The trees whisper to those who know how to listen. The streams carry tales from one place to another, and we who walk the old paths hear many things that never reach mortal ears. Your deed by the water has been noted by powers greater than you imagine, and you have been marked as one who stands at a crossroads of possibility. She rose gracefully, the others following suit, and Bilbo scrambled to his feet as well, suddenly aware that the light had faded to near darkness while they talked, that stars now glimmered through the gaps in the canopy above. The elves began gathering their things with efficient movements, preparing to continue their journey. Wait, Bilbo called out, a note of desperation in his voice. You speak in riddles and prophecies, tell me I have choices to make and roads to walk, but you offer no guidance. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to know which path is right? The autumn-haired elf turned back, and in the gathering darkness his eyes seemed to glow with their own inner light. No one can tell you which path to take, Bilbo Baggins. That is the burden and the gift of free will. We can only tell you this. Be ready. When the call comes, and it will come, listen to your heart rather than your head. Listen to the part of you that walked to the water's edge, despite your fear, that followed strange music into unknown woods, despite every sensible instinct urging you to turn back. That part of you knows the truth that your respectable self tries to deny. Before Bilbo could respond, before he could ask any of the 100 questions that crowded his mind, the elves began to sing again. This time their song was different, not the melancholy melody he had first heard, but something bright and swift. filled with the promise of roads unwinding and horizons beckoning. They moved as they sang, their forms beginning to blur and fade in the darkness, becoming one with the shadows and the starlight, until Bilbo could no longer distinguish where elf ended and forest began. He stood alone in the clearing, the silence pressing in around him like a physical presence. The moon had risen, casting silver light through the branches, and by its glow he could see the place where the elves had sat and eaten. But there was no trace of their presence, no footprints in the soft earth, no crumbs from their impossible bread, nothing to prove they had been there at all, save for the lingering sense of wonder that filled the air like perfume. For a long moment, Bilbo remained motionless, his mind reeling with everything he had seen and heard. Then, as if waking from a dream, he became aware of the lateness of the hour and the distance he would need to travel to reach home. He turned and began to retrace his steps, though the path seemed different now, less certain, as if the woods themselves had shifted while he spoke with the elves. He walked quickly at first, then broke into a trot, as the darkness deepened and unfamiliar sounds emerged from the underbrush. Twice he took wrong turnings and had to backtrack, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. But at last he emerged from the forest onto a hilltop he recognized, and below him spread the familiar lights of Hobbiton, warm and welcoming against the vast darkness of the night. Baggins' windows glowed yellow in the distance, and Bilbo felt a sudden overwhelming rush of affection for his home, for its round door and comfortable rooms and the smell of his mother's cooking that would greet him when he entered. Yet even as he hurried down the hill towards safety and supper, he could not shake the feeling that he had crossed some invisible threshold in those woods, that the hobbit who walked home through the darkness was not quite the same one who had set out that afternoon. Belladonna was waiting by the fire when he arrived, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders and a book lying forgotten in her lap. She looked up as he entered, and Bilbo saw relief flood her features, followed immediately by something else. Recognition, perhaps, or understanding. Her eyes searched his face, and he knew without speaking that she could see the change in him, could read in his expression the echo of her own long-ago encounters with wonder. "You met them," she said quietly, and it was not a question. "The fair folk. They're travelling through again, heading west to the sea." Bilbo nodded, sinking into the chair across from her. "They knew you, Mother. They spoke of you, of how you sang with them, and how they hoped you would come with them to Rivendell. Why did you never tell me?" Belladonna closed her book with a soft sound. "Because there are some memories that belong to the person who lived them, some chapters of our lives that we must keep private, even from those we love most. My meetings with the elves were a part of me I set aside when I chose this life, this home. To speak of them would have been to keep a door open that I had deliberately closed. But you didn't forget," Bilbo observed. "You couldn't forget, any more than I will forget tonight." "No," his mother agreed. "I never forgot. How could I? They offered me a glimpse of beauty and wonder that most hobbits never see, never even dream of. But I learnt to live with that memory, to cherish it, without letting it poison my contentment with what I had chosen instead. That is the challenge you will face now, my dear boy. You have seen beyond the borders of ordinary life, and you cannot unsee it. The question is whether you will let that knowledge make you bitter and restless, or whether you will find a way to honor both the wonder you've glimpsed and the life you lead." "They said the world is changing," Bilbo said, his voice troubled. "They said shadows are stirring, that even the Shire might not remain untouched forever. Do you believe that?" Belladonna was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant. "I believe that nothing lasts forever," she said at last. "Not peace, not comfort, not even the Shire itself, though it has endured for many generations and may endure for many more. The elves see with longer sight than we do, perceive patterns that unfold across centuries rather than years. If they say change is coming, then change will come, though perhaps not in our lifetimes or even in the lifetimes of our children's children." She leaned forward, firelight casting dancing shadows across her face. "But that is not something you need to fear, Bilbo. Change is neither good nor evil in itself. It simply is. What matters is how we meet it, whether we face it with courage or cower from it in fear, whether we let it break us or allow it to shape us into something stronger than we were before." The days that followed were peculiar ones for Bilbo. Outwardly, nothing had changed. He went about his daily routines, tended his garden, exchanged pleasantries with neighbours, attended to the small administrative tasks that came with being master of Bag End. But inwardly, he felt as though he were watching his own life from a distance, playing a part in a play whose script no longer fit as comfortably as it once had. He found himself noticing things he had overlooked before, the way the wind carried scents and sounds from far beyond the Shire's borders, the manner in which light fell differently at different times of day, creating shadows that seemed almost alive. The subtle changes in the voices of his neighbours, the slight variations in their routines that hinted at joys and sorrows he had never bothered to wonder about before. Most troubling of all, he began to dream, not the simple, straightforward dreams of ordinary hobbits, filled with food and comfort and pleasant summer days, but vivid, complex visions that left him gasping awake in the pre-dawn darkness. He dreamed of mountains capped with snow and caverns deep beneath the earth. He dreamed of roads that wound through forests primeval and cities white with marble. He dreamed of dragons and elves and dwarves and creatures he had no name for, beings of shadow and flame that terrified and fascinated him in equal measure. One morning, nearly a month after his encounter with the elves, Bilbo woke to find his mother standing at his bedside, a cup of tea in her hands and concern etched clearly on her face. "You were calling out in your sleep," she said gently, "talking to someone or something I couldn't hear. This has been happening more and more often." Bilbo sat up, accepting the tea with trembling hands. "I'm sorry if I've been disturbing you. The dreams, they seem so real, Mother. More real than waking sometime. I see things I've never seen, places I've never been, and yet they feel more familiar than Bag End itself." Belladonna sat on the edge of the bed, her expression thoughtful. "This happened to me too, after my encounters with the wandering folk. The dreams, the sense of living two lives at once, one in the Shire and one in some other realm entirely. It faded with time, as I settled more firmly into the life I had chosen. But I wonder if it will fade for you, or if something else is at work." "What do you mean, something else?" "Your father had a saying," Belladonna replied. "He used to claim that the Tooks were not entirely Hobbit, that somewhere far back in our family tree there was a mixing of bloods, a great-great-grandmother perhaps who was not quite what she seemed. I always laughed at the notion, dismissed it as nonsense. But lately I've wondered if there might not be some truth to it. Certainly there's something in our line that calls to the strange and the wonderful, something that makes us more susceptible to the song of distant places than other hobbits are." "Are you saying I'm not fully hobbit?" Bilbo asked, uncertain whether to be offended or intrigued. "I'm saying that perhaps you carry within you the potential to be more than any single categorization can contain. Hobbit, yes, but also something else. A bridge between the comfortable and the wild, between the ordinary and the extraordinary. The water spirits saw it, the elves recognized it, and now it's awakening within you whether you will it or no." She rose, smoothing her skirts with practiced movements. "The question before you, my dear Bilbo, is what you will do with this awakening. Will you fight it, trying to force yourself back into the comfortable mold of respectability you've always known? Or will you embrace it, accepting that you are meant for something different, even if you don't yet know what that something is?" Bilbo had no answer to give her, and she seemed to expect none. She left him sitting in bed with his cooling tea, lost in thoughts that chased themselves in circles like a cat pursuing its own tail. He wanted desperately to be the hobbit he had always been, to find peace in his garden and his books and his comfortable routines, but something had been set in motion, some change that could not be reversed, and he felt himself being carried along by currents he could neither understand nor control. In the weeks that followed, Bilbo threw himself into a project that he hoped might provide some anchor, some way of making sense of the confusion churning within him. He began to write, putting down on paper the stories his mother had told him of the elder days, the histories his father had collected, and now his own recent experiences. He wrote of Tom Cottonwood and the water spirits, of the elves in the forest and the prophecies they had spoken. He wrote of his mother's choices and his own uncertainty, trying to find in the act of recording some clarity about what it all meant. The writing became a kind of refuge for Bilbo, a way of organizing the chaos that threatened to overwhelm him. Each evening after his mother retired to bed, he would settle in his father's old study with ink and paper, the candles burning low as his pen scratched across page after page. He discovered that he had a talent for it, away, with words that surprised him. The stories flowed from his pen, as if they had always been waiting inside him, needing only the right moment to emerge. It was during one of these late-night writing sessions, as October deepened toward November and the first frosts silvered the grass each morning, that Bilbo heard a sound that made him pause mid-sentence. A knock at the door, firm and purposeful, utterly unlike the tentative tapping of a hobbit neighbour. He glanced at the clock on the mantel and saw that it was nearly midnight, far too late for any respectable visitor. Setting down his pen, Bilbo made his way to the entrance hall, his heart beating faster with each step. Through the round green door's peephole, he could see nothing but darkness and a faint suggestion of movement. The knock came again, more insistent this time, and Bilbo found his hand moving to the latch almost of its own accord. The figure that stood on his doorstep was tall, far taller than any hobbit, wrapped in a travel-stained cloak that might once have been grey, but was now so covered in road dust as to be nearly brown. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed the stranger's face, but beneath it, Bilbo could see a long beard and eyes that glittered with amusement, and something else, something that might have been recognition. "Bilbo Baggins," the stranger said, and his voice was deep and resonant, carrying echoes of thunder and distant bells. "I have come a long way to speak with you, and I would count it a great courtesy if you might invite me in out of the cold." Every warning Bilbo had ever heard about opening one's door to strangers in the night clamoured in his mind. Yet there was something about this visitor, some quality of presence that suggested refusing him would be both foolish and somehow fundamentally wrong. Almost despite himself, Bilbo stepped aside and gestured for the stranger to enter. The tall figure had to duck to pass through the doorway, and once inside he straightened to his full height, which made Bag End's cozy hallway seem suddenly cramped and small. He removed his hat, revealing a face that was at once ancient and ageless, lined with the marks of long years and hard travel, but vital, with a power that made the very air seem to crackle. "Thank you," the stranger said, his eyes taking in every detail of Bilbo's home with evident interest. "It has been many years since I last set foot in a hobbit hole, and I had forgotten how warm and welcoming they can be. You keep a good house, Master Baggins, much as your father did before you." "You knew my father?" Bilbo asked, his curiosity overcoming his caution. "Who are you, if I might ask? And what brings you to my door at such an hour?" The stranger's eyes twinkled with what might have been mischief. "As to who I am, that is a complicated question with many possible answers. Some call me Gandalf, others know me by different names, and in truth I have been called so many things over the long years that I sometimes wonder if I remember my true name myself. As to why I am here, well, that is a longer story, and one perhaps better told over tea, if you would be so kind." Bilbo found himself leading the way to the kitchen, putting the kettle on, fetching his best tea service, all while his mind raced with questions. Gandalf. He had heard that name before, in his mother's stories, and in the tales old Took grandfathers told their grandchildren on winter nights. Gandalf the Grey, the wandering wizard who appeared and disappeared without warning, who meddled in the affairs of the great and small alike, who was friend to elves and dwarves and, occasionally, it seemed, to hobbits, as they settled at the kitchen table with steaming cups of tea and a plate of seed cakes that Bilbo produced almost automatically. Gandalf studied him with those keen eyes that seemed to see far more than they should. "You have changed, young Baggins," the wizard said at last. "When I passed through the Shire some years ago and saw you playing in your mother's garden, you were merely another hobbit child, indistinguishable from a dozen others. But now there is something different about you, a light in your eyes, a restlessness in your spirit. Tell me, what has befallen you since last I saw you?" And so Bilbo told him. He spoke of Tom Cottonwood and the water spirits, of the song his mother had taught him and the power it held. He described his encounter with the elves in the forest and the prophecies they had shared. He even mentioned his dreams, the vivid visions that came to him in the night, though speaking of them made him feel vulnerable and exposed. Gandalf listened without interruption, his expression growing more thoughtful with each revelation. When Bilbo finished, the wizard sat in silence for a long moment, fingers steepled beneath his chin, eyes distant, as if seeing patterns and connections invisible to mortal sight. "The water spirits marked you," Gandalf said at last. "That alone would be significant, for they are ancient and choosy about whom they notice. But to have encountered my kin among the elves so soon after, and to have them speak to you of the changing world, that suggests something more. It suggests that you are being prepared, though for what even I cannot say with certainty. Prepared for what? Bilbo asked, though part of him feared the answer. For a choice that will come to you, perhaps sooner than you think. A moment when you will stand at a crossroads and must decide whether to remain in the comfortable life you know, or to step onto a path that leads into uncertainty and danger, and yes, into wonder beyond imagining. Your mother faced such a choice once, and she chose the quiet path. That was her right, and there is no shame in it. But I very much think, that you will choose differently when your time comes. Bilbo felt his hands trembling around his teacup. And if I don't want to choose? If I want to stay here in Bag End, living my life in peace? Gandalf's smile was gentle but held a note of sadness. Then that too is your right, and no one, not I, nor the elves, nor the water spirits, can force you to do otherwise. But I will tell you this, Bilbo Baggins. I have walked the paths of Middle-earth for more years than you can imagine, and I have learned to recognize the signs when someone carries a destiny larger than themselves. You bear such signs as clearly as if they were written on your forehead. The question is not whether adventure will come knocking at your door, but whether you will answer when it does. The wizard rose, draining his teacup and setting it down with a decisive clink. I must be going, he said. There are other matters that require my attention, dark rumors from the south that bear investigating, but I wanted to see you, to speak with you, to confirm what I suspected. And now that I have, I am both pleased and troubled. Pleased because I believe you have the courage and the wit to face what lies ahead. Troubled because the road you may walk will not be an easy one. He moved toward the door, then paused and turned back. One more thing, Master Baggins. Keep writing your stories. What you are doing, recording the forgotten tales and your own experiences, that is important work. More important than you know. There may come a time when such records prove invaluable. When the truth preserved in your careful script becomes the only bulwark against the lies and confusion that darkness brings. Before Bilbo could respond, before he could ask any of the dozens of questions that crowded his mind, Gandalf had donned his hat and slipped out into the night. Bilbo rushed to the door, but when he looked out, there was no sign of the wizard save for the faint impression of footprints in the frost-touched grass, leading away toward the road and disappearing into the darkness. He stood there for a long moment, shivering in the cold night air, his mind reeling with everything that had been said. Then, slowly, he closed the door and made his way back to his study. Sleep seemed impossible now, his thoughts too agitated for rest. Instead, he picked up his pen and began to write, recording every detail of Gandalf's visit while it was still fresh in his memory. As he wrote, something crystallized in Bilbo's mind. All his life he had tried to be the respectable hobbit everyone expected him to be, had fought against the restlessness and curiosity that marked him as different. But these recent experiences, the water spirits and the elves and now Gandalf, they were trying to tell him something. They were showing him that there was more to the world than the Shire's comfortable boundaries, more to himself than the role of proper Master Baggins. He was not yet ready to embrace whatever destiny seemed to be reaching for him. The thought of leaving Bag End, of venturing into the unknown, still filled him with dread. But for the first time, that dread was mixed with something else. Anticipation, perhaps. Or possibility. Or simply the recognition that fighting against one's own nature was a battle that could never truly be won. Winter settled over the Shire like a blanket of white silence. And with it came a change in Bilbo that those who knew him best could not help but notice. He remained outwardly the same, attending to his duties as Master of Bag End with his usual efficiency, maintaining his garden even in its dormant state, exchanging pleasantries with neighbours over the fence. But there was a new quality to his presence, a sense of someone listening to music only he could hear, watching for signs only he could see. His mother observed these changes with a mixture of pride and melancholy. She had known from the moment he returned from his encounter with the water spirits that her son was walking a path she had turned away from. In the quiet hours of evening, when they sat together by the fire, she would sometimes catch him gazing into the flames with an expression of such longing that it made her heart ache. She recognized that look had worn it herself in the years after she chose Bungo over adventure, and she knew there would be no turning back for Bilbo, no matter how much he might wish otherwise. One particularly bitter evening in late January, when snow lay deep upon the ground and icicles hung like crystal daggers from the eaves, Bilbo received another unexpected visitor. This time, it was not a wizard or an elf, but a dwarf, travel-worn and weary, seeking shelter from the storm that howled across the hills. Belladonna had already retired to bed, and Bilbo found himself alone when the knock came, heavy and insistent against the round green door. The dwarf who stood on the threshold was old, his beard white as the snow that clung to his travel cloak, his eyes sharp and bright beneath bushy brows. He leaned heavily on a walking staff, and Bilbo could see that one of his legs was injured, bound with makeshift bandages that spoke of hard travel and harder fortune. "Forgive the intrusion," the dwarf said, his voice rough as gravel but not unkind. "I am Dwalin, son of Fundin, and I have been walking these roads for longer than I care to remember. I saw smoke from your chimney and hoped I might find hospitality for the night. I can pay for my lodging, though my purse is not what it once was." Bilbo stepped aside without hesitation, the lessons of Hobbit hospitality too deeply ingrained to ignore, whatever the hour or the strangeness of the guest. Come in," he said, helping the old dwarf over the threshold. "You're half frozen, and that leg needs proper tending. Never mind payment. No one turns away a traveller in need. Not in the Shire." He settled Dwalin in a comfortable chair near the fire, fetched blankets and hot tea, and examined the dwarf's injured leg with gentle hands. The wound was not severe, but it had been neglected, and Bilbo found himself drawing on knowledge his mother had taught him, cleaning and rebandaging it with herbs from Belladonna's carefully maintained stores. As he worked, Dwalin studied him with those keen eyes, and when Bilbo had finished and settled into his own chair with a cup of tea, the dwarf spoke. "You have the hands of a healer, young master. That is rare among your folk, who prefer to leave such matters to those who claim special knowledge. Where did you learn such skills?" "From my mother," Bilbo replied. "She knows much of herb lore and the treating of injuries, though she would never claim to be a true healer. She says such knowledge is merely common sense and observation, but I think there is more to it than that." Dwalin nodded slowly. "Your mother is wise, then, as well as skilled. And you, I think, are more than you appear. I have met many hobbits in my long travels, and most are content to remain within their comfortable boundaries, never questioning, never wondering. But you have the look of one who has seen beyond the veil, who has glimpsed the larger world and cannot forget it." Bilbo felt his hands tighten around his teacup. "What makes you say that?" The dwarf's smile was sad and knowing. "I recognize it because I wore that same look once, many years ago, when I was young and had not yet learned that seeing too much can be a burden as heavy as any load of stone. I was part of a great expedition then, seeking to reclaim what was lost, to restore what had been broken. We failed, and the failure cost me more than this leg. It cost me my certainty, my faith in the old songs and the old promises." He leaned forward, his expression intent. "But here is what I learned in my years of wandering after that failure. The world does not care whether we are ready for it, whether we feel adequate to the tasks it sets before us. It comes to us nonetheless, bearing its gifts and its trials in equal measure. The only choice we have is whether to meet it with courage or to turn away in fear." Bilbo swallowed hard. "And which did you choose?" "Both," Dwalin admitted. "I turned away at first, fled from the memory of what we had lost and the shame of our defeat. I told myself I was being practical, choosing survival over glory. But the turning away ate at me, year after year, until I could no longer bear the weight of it. So I took up my staff again and began to walk, not seeking redemption exactly, but simply bearing witness to the world as it is, rather than as I wished it to be." They sat in silence for a while, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the howl of wind outside. Then Dwalin spoke again, his voice softer now. "I met a wizard on the road, some days back, before the storm drove me to seek shelter. Gandalf, he called himself, though I knew him by another name in my younger days. He spoke of you, young Baggins. Said there was a hobbit in the Shire who stood at a crossroads, who carried within him the potential for great deeds, if only he could find the courage to embrace them." Bilbo's breath caught. "Gandalf spoke of me? Why?" The dwarf shrugged. "Wizards speak in riddles and prophecies, and their reasons are their own, but he seemed to think it important that I meet you, though he would not say why. Now that I have, I begin to understand. You and I, we are alike in some ways, both standing between worlds, both carrying burdens we did not choose, both wondering whether the path ahead will lead to glory or to ruin." He reached into his pack and pulled out a small object wrapped in oiled cloth. With deliberate care, he unwrapped it to reveal a beautifully crafted compass, its brass casing engraved with intricate dwarven runes. "This belonged to my brother," Dwalin said, his voice thick with emotion. "He carried it on our great expedition, used it to guide us through paths both above ground and below. He fell in the final battle, and I took this from his cold hand, swearing I would keep it safe until I found someone worthy to carry it forward." He held the compass out to Bilbo. "I want you to have it, young Baggins. Not because I think you are planning any great journey, but because I believe you will need it someday. When that day comes, when you stand at your crossroads and must choose which path to take, let this remind you that others have stood where you stand, have faced what you will face, and have found the courage to continue even when all seemed lost." Bilbo took the compass with trembling hands, feeling the weight of it, both physical and symbolic. The runes glowed faintly in the firelight, and when he opened the case, he saw that the needle pointed not north, but in some other direction entirely, as if showing not geography but destiny. "I cannot accept this," he protested. "It belonged to your brother. It should stay with you or with your family." "My family is gone," Dwalin said simply, "dead or scattered across Middle-earth, too broken by old sorrows to care about such tokens. And I am old, my travelling days nearly done. Better it should go to one who might yet have use for it, who might yet walk the roads my brother and I once walked, though in times and circumstances we could never have imagined." The dwarf stayed 3 days at Bag End, and in that time Bilbo learned much from him. Dwalin spoke of the wide world beyond the Shire, of mountains that touched the sky, and caverns that delved deeper than the roots of the earth. He told tales of dragon hordes and lost kingdoms, of ancient grudges and older friendships, of the long, slow decline of the dwarven peoples and their stubborn refusal to fade quietly into history. But more than the tales themselves, what struck Bilbo was the manner of their telling. Dwalin spoke without embellishment or false heroism, acknowledging both the glories and the failures, the moments of courage and the times when courage faltered. He presented the world as it was, complex and contradictory and utterly fascinating, and Bilbo found himself hanging on every word. On the morning of the 4th day, when the storm had passed and pale sunlight sparkled on fresh snow, Dwalin prepared to depart. His leg was much improved thanks to Bilbo's care, and he moved with renewed vigour as he gathered his belongings and shouldered his pack. At the door, he clasped Bilbo's hand in the manner of dwarves, firm and solemn. "You have a good heart, Bilbo Baggins," the old dwarf said, "and more courage than you know. When the time comes for you to walk your road, remember what I have told you. The world needs those who can see clearly without becoming cynical, who can face hardship without losing their kindness. I think you may be such a one, if you allow yourself to be." After Dwalin left, Bilbo stood in the doorway of Bag End for a long time, watching the dwarf's figure grow smaller as he trudged through the snow toward the road that would carry him away to whatever destination awaited. The compass sat heavy in Bilbo's pocket, a constant reminder of the conversation they had shared, of the choices that lay somewhere in his future. Belladonna found him there, still staring at the empty road, and she wrapped a shawl around his shoulders against the cold. "Another visitor bearing prophecies and portents," she observed quietly. "The world seems very interested in you, my son." "I wish it would lose interest," Bilbo said, but without much conviction. "Mother, do you think all of this means something? The water spirits, the elves, Gandalf, now Dwalin, or is it merely coincidence? A series of chance encounters that I am reading too much meaning into?" His mother smiled, that knowing smile that suggested she saw far more than she spoke aloud. "In my experience, there is no such thing as mere coincidence, not when it comes to the larger patterns of the world. But whether these encounters mean you are destined for some great deed, or whether they are simply preparing you to recognize opportunity when it arrives, I cannot say. Perhaps the distinction does not matter as much as we think it does." The winter passed, giving way to spring, and spring to summer, and summer to autumn once more. Years turned like the pages of a book, each bringing small changes to the Shire and to Bilbo himself. He continued his writing, filling volume after volume with stories and observations, creating a record that grew more detailed and more valuable with each passing season. He tended his garden with increased skill, coaxing remarkable growth from his plants through a combination of patience and some indefinable quality that made neighbours whisper he had a touch of magic about him. Tom Cottonwood recovered fully from his ordeal, though he never again went near the water at dusk, and maintained a wary distance from anything that smacked of enchantment. He married a sensible hobbit lass from Bywater, and settled into a life of determined normalcy, as if by embracing the ordinary with sufficient fervour, he could forget the extraordinary things he had witnessed. When he and Bilbo encountered each other in the market or on the road, they exchanged polite greetings, but rarely spoke of that night by the water. Some experiences, Bilbo came to understand, were too profound to be easily shared, even with those who had lived through them together. Belladonna grew older, with the grace that marked the best of the Took line, her hair silvering, but her eyes remaining keen and bright. She watched her son with a mixture of pride and concern, seeing in him a restlessness that no amount of gardening or book collecting could fully satisfy. She knew, with a mother's intuition, that the question hanging over Bilbo's life would eventually demand an answer, and she could only hope that when the moment came, he would choose the path that brought him true fulfillment rather than mere contentment. The compass Dwalin had given him became Bilbo's most treasured possession, though he told no one about it, not even his mother. Late at night, when sleep eluded him and the dreams of distant mountains grew particularly vivid, he would take it from its hiding place and watch the needle spin and settle, pointing always in that strange direction that had nothing to do with magnetic north. Sometimes he wondered if it was showing him the way to his destiny, or merely reflecting the pull of possibility that tugged at his heart. As the years accumulated, Bilbo became something of a fixture in Hobbiton, known for his eccentricities as much as for his respectability. He was the hobbit who asked too many questions, who read books in languages no proper hobbit should know, who sometimes stood on his doorstep at twilight gazing westward with an expression of such longing that it made his neighbours uncomfortable. Yet he was also unfailingly kind, generous with his time and resources, and possessed of a wit and wisdom that made him valued company despite his oddities. He was 50 years old, settled into what should have been the comfortable middle years of a hobbit's life, when whispers began to reach the Shire of troubles in the wider world. There were rumours of strange creatures seen in the wild lands, of old evils stirring in forgotten places, of a shadow growing in the east that made even the elves speak in hushed and worried tones. Most hobbits dismissed such talk as the fevered imaginings of big folk who had too little sense to stay home where they belonged. But Bilbo listened and remembered, thought of the warnings the water spirits had given, the prophecies the elves had spoken, Gandalf's assurance that change was coming. He found himself thinking more and more of his mother's journal, of the choice she had made and the life she had lived in consequence. He understood now, in a way he could not have as a younger hobbit, both the wisdom of her decision and the cost it had carried. She had chosen love and home and the quiet joys of a peaceful life, and those were good choices, worthy choices. But they were her choices, not his, and the time was approaching when he would have to make his own. The compass seemed to grow heavier in his pocket as the seasons turned, its needle more insistent in its pointing. Bilbo began to pay closer attention to the road that ran past Bag End, watching for travellers, listening for news. He did not know what he was waiting for, but he felt with increasing certainty that something was coming, some moment that would require him to finally answer the question that had hung over him since that night by the water when he was 30 years old. He thought often of the things he had learned in those formative years. The Song of Power his mother had taught him, which he practiced in secret though he had no other occasion to use it. The lessons from the water spirits about the thin places where different worlds touched, and the beings that dwelt in the spaces between. The elves' instruction to listen to his heart, rather than his head, when the moment of choice arrived. Gandalf's assurance that his writing was important, that preserving truth mattered in ways he might not yet understand. Dwalin's reminder that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. All of these experiences, all of these encounters, had shaped him into something that fit awkwardly within the boundaries of respectable hobbit society. He was neither fully the comfortable homebody that hobbits were supposed to be, nor the wild adventurer that his Took blood sometimes urged him toward. He was something in between, something new, a bridge between worlds as the water spirits had called him. And so when the day finally came, some years later, when Gandalf appeared at his door with a company of dwarves and a proposal that would change everything, Bilbo found himself less surprised than he might have been. Part of him, the part that had been carefully cultivated over decades of strange encounters and whispered prophecies, had been waiting for exactly this moment. He did not say yes immediately, of course. Respectability demanded at least a show of reluctance, and genuine fear made him hesitate before committing to such a drastic change. But deep down, in the place where truth lived beneath all the layers of social expectation and learned caution, he knew his answer before the question was fully asked. The water spirits had marked him. The elves had prophesied about him. Gandalf had recognized something in him worth cultivating. Dwalin had entrusted him with a compass that pointed toward destiny rather than direction. And his mother, dear Belladonna, who had chosen differently but understood the call nonetheless, had given him permission to walk the road she had turned away from. All of these threads wove together on that spring evening when adventure came knocking, when the choice his mother had faced became his own to make. And though he trembled with fear and doubt, though his hands shook as he signed the contract and his voice wavered as he agreed to join the quest, there was also something else present in that moment. Relief, perhaps, that the waiting was finally over. Or recognition that he was stepping onto a path he had been preparing to walk for 20 years. Or simply acceptance that this was who he had always been meant to be. This bridge walker, this unlikely hero, this respectable hobbit who carried adventure in his heart like a secret flame. The compass in his pocket seemed to hum with satisfaction as he made his choice, its needle finally steady, pointing forward toward mountains and dragons and dangers unimagined. And Bilbo Baggins, standing on the threshold of the greatest adventure of his life, felt all the pieces of his past clicking into place, all the strange encounters and mysterious teachings revealing themselves as preparation for this very moment. He did not know, could not know, what lay ahead on the road to the lonely mountain, but he knew he was as ready as he would ever be, shaped by experiences both mundane and magical, into someone capable of bearing the weight of his own story. And that, he thought as he closed the door of Bag End behind him and stepped out into the world beyond the Shire, that would have to be enough. Story 2. In the days before the great adventure that would make his name known throughout Middle-earth, before the finding of the ring and the journey across mountains and through dark forests, Bilbo Baggins was considered by most in the Shire to be a perfectly respectable hobbit of no particular consequence. This is the tale of how that reputation was nearly lost long before Gandalf ever knocked upon his round green door, and how a young Bilbo discovered that respectability, once tested, can reveal surprising depths of courage and cunning. It was in the year when Bilbo had just come of age, a hobbit of 33 years with the whole world still new and bright before him. The spring had come early to the Shire that year, painting the hills in shades of emerald and gold, and filling the air with the scent of apple blossoms and freshly turned earth. Bag End stood proud upon the hill, its brass doorknob polished to a mirror shine, its gardens already showing the careful attention of young Bilbo's hand. For even then, before the restlessness had fully taken root in his heart, he took great pride in his home and his place in hobbit society. Yet there was something in Bilbo that his neighbours could not quite understand, something inherited perhaps from his mother's side, from old Belladonna Took, who had been known in her youth to go on walking adventures and even to speak with the big folk when they passed through. The Baggins side of him craved order and comfort and the predictable turning of the seasons. But the Took side whispered of distant hills and wondered what lay beyond the borders of the Shire. On this particular morning, as the dew still sparkled upon the grass and the first larks were singing their dawn chorus, Bilbo stood at his door smoking his pipe and watching the sun rise over Hobbiton. The smoke curled lazily in the still air, and he was contemplating nothing more adventurous than whether to have one mushroom tart or two with his second breakfast, when he noticed something peculiar in his garden. There, among his prize cabbages, stood a signpost that most certainly had not been there the evening before. It was a rough-hewn thing of ancient oak, weathered by countless seasons, and upon it were carved runes that seemed to shift and shimmer in the morning light. Bilbo, who had learned something of letters and lore from his mother and from old Gandalf during that wizard's infrequent visits, felt his heart quicken with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. He approached the signpost cautiously, his furry feet making no sound upon the dewy grass. The runes, when he studied them closely, spelled out a message in both the common speech and in an older tongue that he only half remembered. The words seemed to burn themselves into his mind as he read them. 3 paths meet where shadows fall. Choose wisely, young Baggins, or lose all. The stone circle waits beyond the brook. Midnight comes when the owl shall look. Bilbo stepped back, his pipe nearly falling from his suddenly nerveless fingers. This was no ordinary garden ornament, no mere prank by the Gamgee lads or the Sandyman boys. There was a weight to those words, a sense of ancient power that made the hair on his neck stand on end. He looked around his garden, half expecting to see some wizard or elf stepping forth from behind the flowering currants, but there was nothing save the gentle stirring of leaves in the morning breeze and the distant bleating of sheep from the Whitfoot farm. For a moment, Bilbo considered simply removing the signpost, burning it perhaps, and pretending it had never appeared. The Baggins in him argued strongly for this course of action. Why should he involve himself in mysterious messages and ominous warnings? He had his comfortable home, his well-stocked pantry, and his reputation as a sensible young hobbit to consider. But the Took in him, that irrepressible voice that had been growing stronger with each passing year, whispered something else entirely. The stone circle beyond the brook. Bilbo knew the place, though he had not visited it since he was a young faunt. It stood in the old forest, that wild tangle of ancient trees that marked the eastern boundary of the Shire, where few hobbits ventured and fewer still after dark. The stones themselves were said to be older than the Shire, older perhaps than the memory of hobbits entirely, raised by hands unknown in ages long forgotten. His mother had taken him there once, when he was very small, and told him that such places were doorways to ancient magics, neither good nor evil, but simply old and powerful and strange. The day passed in a blur of indecision. Bilbo went about his usual routine, tending his garden with less attention than normal, taking his meals at their appointed hours but tasting little, and sitting in his study, attempting to read but finding the words swimming meaninglessly before his eyes. The signpost remained in his garden, visible from every window on that side of Bag End, a constant reminder of the choice that lay before him. As afternoon mellowed into evening and the shadows grew long across the Shire, Bilbo found himself pacing the halls of Bag End. He paused before the portrait of his mother that hung in the best parlour, studying her painted face as if it might offer him guidance. Belladonna Took Baggins smiled down at him with that knowing look he remembered so well, as if she had anticipated this very moment, and was challenging him to prove himself worthy of her blood. It was then that Bilbo made his decision, though, in truth, it had never really been in doubt. The Took blood ran too strong in his veins, and the mystery of the signpost had already taken root in his imagination like a burr that could not be shaken loose. He would go to the stone circle at midnight. He would discover what awaited him there, and perhaps, just perhaps, he would finally understand what it was that his mother had seen in those ancient places all those years ago. But Bilbo Baggins, for all his Tookish leanings, was no fool. He spent the remaining hours of daylight in careful preparation. He packed a small bag with sensible provisions: seed, cakes wrapped in cloth, a flask of water, matches for lighting his pipe or perhaps something more needful, and a stout walking stick that had belonged to his grandfather. He dressed in his sturdiest travelling clothes, including a warm cloak against the chill of the spring night, and from a locked drawer in his study, he retrieved something his mother had given him on her deathbed, a small silver whistle on a chain, inscribed with runes not unlike those on the mysterious signpost. She had made him promise never to blow it unless he was in dire need, for it would summon help, she said, though from where or whom she would not specify. Bilbo hung the chain around his neck and tucked the whistle beneath his shirt, feeling the cool metal against his skin and taking some small comfort from it. As the night deepened and the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Bilbo extinguished the lamps in Bag End and slipped out his back door, avoiding the round front entrance where nosy neighbours might spot him. The moon was waxing toward full but had not yet risen, and the darkness lay thick upon the land. He made his way down through his garden, past the now ominous signpost, and struck out across the fields toward the old forest and the stone circle that waited somewhere in its shadows. The journey that should have taken perhaps an hour in daylight stretched into something longer and stranger in the darkness. Twice, Bilbo was certain he heard footsteps behind him, but when he turned, there was nothing save the whispering grass. 3 times he saw lights flickering in the distance, dancing like will-o'-the-wisps across the meadows, but they vanished whenever he looked directly at them. And always, growing stronger as he approached the forest, there was a sense of being watched by eyes unseen, of ancient attention focusing upon his small figure making its solitary way through the night. At last he reached the eaves of the old forest, where the trees grew thick and close, and the very air seemed to change, growing heavier and filled with the scent of moss and old wood, and things long undisturbed. Bilbo paused there, his hand resting on the rough bark of an ancient oak, and steeled himself for what lay ahead. The brook he sought ran somewhere in the darkness before him, and beyond it lay the stone circle, and whatever mystery awaited him there. The darkness beneath the trees was absolute, a living thing that pressed close around Bilbo like a velvet curtain. He stood at the forest's edge for a long moment, his breathing shallow and quick, fighting the urge to turn back to the safety and light of Bag End. But the memory of the signpost and the challenge implicit in those carved runes drove him forward. He was a Baggins of Bag End, yes, but he was also a Took, and Tooks did not turn tail and run from mysteries, no matter how unsettling. He fumbled in his pocket for the matches in his pipe, thinking that a bit of light and the familiar comfort of pipeweed might settle his nerves. But as his fingers closed around the matchbox, a voice spoke from the darkness ahead, clear as a bell and twice as startling. "No light, Master Baggins," it said, neither threatening nor kind, simply matter of fact. "The path you seek cannot be found by mortal flame. Put away your matches, and trust instead to older senses." Bilbo's heart leaped into his throat, and he very nearly did turn and run then. But curiosity, that dangerous trait that would one day lead him into far greater adventures, held him rooted to the spot. "Who speaks?" he called out, proud that his voice remained relatively steady. "Show yourself if you mean me no harm." A soft chuckle emanated from the shadows, seeming to come from all directions at once. "Harm? I mean, you neither harm nor help, young hobbit. I am merely the keeper of the crossing, and it is my duty to warn all who would pass this way. The stone circle awaits those who are called, but the path between here and there is fraught with tests. Turn back now, and you may return to your comfortable hole with nothing lost save a night's sleep. Continue forward, and you may lose far more than that." Bilbo's fingers tightened on his walking stick. The bag inside of him was screaming to accept this perfectly reasonable offer to retreat, but something in the voice's tone, a subtle note of expectation, or perhaps even hope, suggested that this was itself a test. His mother had always said that the first challenge of any true adventure was simply choosing to begin it. "I thank you for the warning," Bilbo said, drawing himself up to his full height, which admittedly was not very impressive by the standards of the big folk. "But I have come this far, and I find I am curious to see what lies at the end of this path. I shall continue, if you please." The silence that followed was so complete that Bilbo wondered if the voice had vanished entirely. Then came another chuckle, warmer this time, almost approving. "Well spoken, Master Baggins. Your mother would be proud." "Very well. Continue forward. The brook lies 30 paces ahead. Follow its song upstream until you hear the stones singing. That is where you must cross." And with that, the presence Bilbo had sensed withdrew, leaving him alone once more in the darkness. He stood still for a moment, letting his eyes adjust as best they could to the gloom. Gradually, he began to make out the shapes of trees, the subtle differences between shadow and deeper shadow, and faintly, almost at the edge of hearing, he could detect the musical murmur of running water. He began to walk, counting his steps as the voice had instructed. The forest floor was soft beneath his feet, carpeted with the accumulated leaf fall of countless autumns. Strange sounds echoed through the trees around him. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of something moving through the undergrowth, and once, startlingly close, what might have been laughter, or might have been the wind in the branches overhead. At precisely 30 paces, Bilbo's foot splashed into cold water, and he realized he had reached the brook. It was wider than he had expected, perhaps 10 feet across, running swift and dark over smooth stones. The water sang as it flowed, a lilting melody that reminded him of elvish songs he had heard in his youth. He turned and began to follow the stream upstream, his walking stick tapping gently against the bank to keep him from straying too close to the water's edge. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that dark forest. Bilbo could not have said whether he walked for minutes or hours. The brook led him deeper into the old forest, away from all familiar landmarks, and into territory he had never explored even in daylight. The trees grew larger here, their trunks so broad that 3 hobbits holding hands could not have encircled them. Their branches met overhead, forming a canopy so thick that even the starlight could not penetrate. And then, gradually, Bilbo became aware of a change in the brook's song. Beneath the musical ripple of water over stone, another sound was emerging, a deep, resonant humming that seemed to come from the earth itself. It grew stronger as he continued upstream, until it was vibrating through the soles of his feet and resonating in his chest. This, he realized, must be the stones singing that the keeper had mentioned. He rounded a bend in the stream, and there, rising from the forest floor like ancient teeth, stood the stone circle. Even in the darkness, even with only starlight filtering weakly through gaps in the canopy, the stones commanded attention. They were massive, each one twice the height of a tall man, arranged in a perfect circle around a cleared space, perhaps 50 feet across. The brook ran directly through the center of the circle, emerging from beneath one stone and disappearing beneath another, as if the whole formation had been carefully positioned to capture the water's flow. But it was not the size or arrangement of the stones that made Bilbo stop in his tracks. It was the light. Each stone glowed with a faint phosphorescence, a ghostly blue-green radiance that seemed to pulse in time with the deep humming sound. And standing in the exact center of the circle, silhouetted against the glowing stones, was a figure. Bilbo's hand moved instinctively to the silver whistle hidden beneath his shirt. But before he could decide whether this situation qualified as dire need, the figure spoke. Its voice was different from the keeper's, older, and carrying an authority that made Bilbo think of mountain peaks and deep caverns, and things that had endured since the world was young. "Welcome, Bilbo Baggins, son of Bungo and Belladonna," it said. "You have answered the summons and passed the first test. Now comes the true challenge. Will you enter the circle and learn why you have been called, or will you flee back to your safe existence and wonder for the rest of your days what might have been?" Bilbo found his voice with some difficulty. "What is this place? Who are you? And why have I been summoned?" The questions tumbled out in a rush, all the confusion and concern of the past day finding expression at last. The figure did not move, but Bilbo sensed amusement in its stillness. "This place is a nexus, young Hobbit, where the boundaries between the mortal world and the older powers grow thin. As for who I am, that is a long story, and one you may not be ready to hear. But know this, I am one who watches and waits, who tests and guides those who show promise. Your mother once stood where you now stand, though she made a different choice than the one I hope you will make." At the mention of his mother, Bilbo's curiosity overwhelmed his caution. "My mother was here? What choice did she make?" "Belladonna Took chose to return to her life, to marry your father, and raise you in the comfort of the Shire. It was not a wrong choice, merely a different path. But before she left, she asked me to watch over her children, should any inherit her wandering spirit. You, Bilbo Baggins, are the one she hoped for. You carry within you the potential for greatness, for adventures that will be sung of in ages to come, but only if you choose to embrace them." Bilbo stood at the edge of the stone circle, acutely aware that he was balanced on a knife's edge between two possible futures. One path led back to Bag End, to the comfortable predictability of Hobbit life, to second breakfasts and afternoon teas, and the gentle turning of the seasons. The other led forward into the unknown, toward adventures he could not imagine, and dangers he might not survive. He thought of his mother's portrait, of that knowing smile that had seemed to challenge him. He thought of the restlessness that had been growing in his heart, the sense that there must be more to life than planting cabbages and attending dinner parties, and he thought of the question that would haunt him if he turned away now. What might have been? Bilbo took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped forward across the brook and into the stone circle. The moment Bilbo's foot crossed into the circle, the world changed. It was not a dramatic transformation, no thunderclap or blinding flash of light, but rather a subtle shifting, as if he had stepped through an invisible curtain into a place where different rules applied. The humming of the stones grew louder, resonating through his bones, and the phosphorescent glow brightened until he could see clearly despite the darkness of the surrounding forest. The figure before him resolved into clearer focus, and Bilbo found himself looking at a being unlike any he had encountered in his sheltered life in the Shire. It was tall, taller even than the big folk who sometimes passed through Hobbiton on the Great Road, with a bearing that spoke of ages beyond counting. Its form seemed to shimmer and shift, sometimes appearing solid and substantial, other times translucent as morning mist. The face, when Bilbo could bring himself to look directly at it, was neither young nor old, neither male nor female, but somehow both, and neither at once. "You have chosen," the being said, and its voice carried satisfaction, and perhaps a hint of relief. "That is well. The path ahead will not be easy, Bilbo Baggins, but it will be worth walking. Now, come closer. There are things you must see and understand before this night is through." Bilbo approached cautiously, his walking stick held before him more from nervous habit than any real belief that it would offer protection against such a creature. As he drew nearer, he noticed other details about the stone circle. Between the standing stones, carved into the ground itself, were intricate patterns of runes and symbols that glowed with the same eerie light. The brook that ran through the center of the circle sparkled with unusual brilliance, as if each water droplet contained a tiny star. The being gestured toward the stream with one long, elegant hand. "Look into the water, young hobbit. Look and see what has been and what may yet be." Bilbo knelt beside the brook, peering into its depths. At first he saw only his own reflection, a round-faced young hobbit with curly hair and worried eyes staring back at him. But then the reflection began to ripple and change, and he found himself looking at scenes that could not possibly be contained within a simple forest stream. He saw his mother as a young hobbit lass, standing in this very circle with wonder and fear warring across her features. He saw her speak with the same mysterious being that now stood beside him, saw her weigh the choice between adventure and domesticity, and he saw her turn away, leaving the circle to return to the life she had known, though tears streamed down her face as she made that decision. The scene shifted, and Bilbo gasped. He saw himself but older, much older, with silver in his hair and a weariness in his eyes that spoke of long roads travelled. This older Bilbo wore strange clothes and carried a sword at his side, and around his neck hung a ring on a chain. Even in the vision, even knowing it was somehow separate from reality, Bilbo felt a strange pull toward that ring, a desire to possess it that made him uneasy. More visions followed in rapid succession. He saw mountains that pierced the clouds, their peaks crowned with snow and wreathed in storm. He saw a great hall carved from living stone, filled with treasure beyond imagining, and lit by the glow of dragonfire. He saw forests darker and deeper than the old forest, where spiders large as ponies wove their webs between ancient trees, and he saw faces, dwarves with fierce eyes and proud beards, elves of impossible beauty and grace, wizards who commanded powers he could scarcely comprehend, and creatures of shadow and malice that made his blood run cold. "These are possibilities," the being said softly, "paths your life might take, should you prove worthy and willing. But understand this, Bilbo Baggins, to walk these paths will require sacrifice. You cannot remain the comfortable, respectable hobbit you have been, and also become the hero these visions suggest. You must choose, and the choice you make tonight will echo through the ages to come." Bilbo tore his gaze from the water, his mind reeling from what he had witnessed. "I don't understand," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm just a hobbit. I'm not brave or strong or particularly clever. How could I possibly do the things shown in those visions?" The being's laugh was like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Oh, but you are clever, young Baggins. Cleverer than you know. And as for bravery, well, true courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to act despite it. You have already shown that quality by coming here tonight. As for strength, there are many kinds of strength, and not all of them are measured in the wielding of swords or the lifting of heavy burdens." The being moved closer, and Bilbo could feel power radiating from it like heat from a summer sun. "I am going to offer you a gift, Bilbo Baggins. Not freely given, mind you, for all gifts of power come with a price. But a gift nonetheless, one that will prepare you for the adventures that await. The question is whether you have the wisdom to accept it, and the strength to bear its burden." Bilbo's throat felt dry, and he swallowed hard before speaking. "What kind of gift, and what price would I have to pay?" The being reached into the folds of its shimmering garments and withdrew something that gleamed in the stone light. It was an acorn, but unlike any acorn Bilbo had ever seen. It was made of what appeared to be crystal or glass, and within it swirled colours that had no names. Shades that existed between blue and green, between gold and silver, colours that seemed to shift and change even as he watched. "This," the being said, holding the crystalline acorn between thumb and forefinger, is a seed of potential. Plant it in your garden at Bag End, tend it as you would any growing thing, and it will grant you gifts beyond measure. Clarity of thought when confusion reigns, courage when fear threatens to overwhelm, and most importantly, the ability to understand languages not your own, and to see truth beneath layers of deception. Bilbo stared at the acorn, feeling both drawn to it and wary of it in equal measure. And the price? The price, the being said slowly, is change. Accept this seed, plant it, and tend it, and you can never again be content with the simple, uncomplicated life of an ordinary hobbit. You will feel the call of adventure in your bones. You will dream of distant lands and yearn to walk roads you have never traveled. And when the time comes, when the adventure finds you as it surely will, you will not be able to refuse it. The seed will have rooted itself not only in your garden but in your heart, and there is no removing it once it has taken hold. Bilbo thought of his comfortable life at Bag End, of his well-ordered days and peaceful nights. He thought of what the other hobbits would say if he became known as an adventurer, one of those peculiar folk who went gallivanting off to who knows where. His reputation would be in tatters. He would be talked about at every tea party and market day for miles around. But then he thought of the visions he had seen in the water, of the older version of himself who had clearly lived a life of significance and purpose. He thought of his mother's choice, and how she had wept as she turned away from adventure. And he realized that he did not want to spend the rest of his days wondering what might have been, looking back with regret at the road not taken. "I accept," Bilbo said, and was surprised to find his voice steady and sure. "I accept the seed, and whatever consequences come with it." The being smiled then, truly smiled, and for a moment the shimmer around its form solidified, and Bilbo glimpsed what might have been its true face. Ancient beyond reckoning, but kind, wise but not unkind, powerful but not cruel. "So be it," the being said, and placed the crystalline acorn in Bilbo's outstretched palm. The moment the seed touched his skin, Bilbo felt a jolt of energy run through him, like touching lightning or plunging into ice-cold water. For an instant, he could see everything. The vast web of possibilities spreading out from this moment, the countless paths his life might take, the adventures and dangers and joys that awaited him. It was overwhelming, terrifying, and absolutely exhilarating all at once. Then the vision faded, and he was simply Bilbo Baggins again, standing in a circle of ancient stones with a mysterious acorn clutched in his hand. But something fundamental had changed. He could feel it in his chest, a warmth that had not been there before, a sense of potential waiting to unfold. The being stepped back, its form already beginning to fade. "Plant the seed within 3 days," it instructed. "Water it with water from this very brook, and tend it with care. It will grow slowly at first, but do not lose patience. And remember, Bilbo Baggins, when your adventure comes, do not refuse it. The world needs heroes more than it knows, and you have within you the seeds of greatness." Before Bilbo could ask any of the 1,000 questions that crowded his mind, the being vanished entirely, dissolving into the phosphorescent mist that hung between the stones. The humming that had filled the air began to fade, and the glow of the standing stones dimmed gradually until they were nothing more than dark shapes against the night sky. Bilbo stood alone in the circle, the crystalline acorn warm in his palm, wondering if the entire encounter had been some strange dream brought on by too much cheese before bed. But the weight of the seed in his hand was real enough, and when he looked down at it, the colours still swirled within its translucent surface, proof that something extraordinary had indeed occurred. He carefully tucked the acorn into the deepest pocket of his waistcoat, making certain it was secure, and turned to make his way back through the old forest. The journey home was easier than his outward trek had been, though Bilbo could not have explained why. The forest seemed less threatening now, the darkness less oppressive. Perhaps it was because he had faced his fear and come through it, or perhaps the forest itself sensed the change in him and granted him safe passage as a result. Whatever the reason, he found the brook easily and followed it downstream without incident, emerging from beneath the trees just as the first hint of dawn was touching the eastern sky. Bilbo paused at the forest's edge and looked back. In the growing light, the old forest appeared almost ordinary, merely a tangle of old trees rather than a realm of mystery and ancient power. But he knew better now. He had walked paths in those woods that few hobbits even knew existed, and he carried in his pocket proof of things most of his neighbours would never believe. The walk back to Bag End seemed to take no time at all, and before Bilbo quite realised it, he was standing once more in his garden, looking at the mysterious signpost that had started this entire adventure. As he watched, the carved runes began to fade, growing fainter and fainter until they disappeared entirely, leaving only weathered oak with no message at all. With a great creaking sound, the signpost toppled over and crumbled into dust, scattering on the morning breeze as if it had never been there. Bilbo shook his head in wonder and made his way to his round green door. He was exhausted, his feet were sore, and his stomach was reminding him loudly that he had missed both dinner and supper and was now well past due for breakfast. But despite his weariness, he felt more alive than he had in years, more awake and aware of the world around him. He let himself into Bag End, hung his cloak on its peg, and set about preparing a proper hobbit breakfast. As bacon sizzled in the pan and the kettle began to sing, Bilbo took the crystalline acorn from his pocket and set it on the kitchen table where he could look at it. The colours within seemed to pulse gently, in time with his own heartbeat, and he found himself mesmerised by their hypnotic swirl. 3 days, the being had said. He had 3 days to plant the seed. But where exactly should he plant it? The garden at Bag End was extensive and well planned, with specific beds for vegetables, herbs and flowers, each in their proper place according to Hobbit tradition and common sense. This acorn, however, was neither vegetable, nor herb, nor flower. It was something else entirely, something that defied normal categorization. After much consideration over his eggs and bacon, Bilbo decided on a spot near the center of his garden, in a small clearing where his mother had once kept a bed of wild roses. The roses had long since been replaced with more practical plantings, but Bilbo had always felt the spot held a certain specialness, as if the ground there remembered the care Belladonna had lavished upon it. But first, he needed water from the brook that ran through the stone circle. The being had been quite specific about that. Bilbo finished his breakfast, washed up, and set out once more, this time carrying a small watering can, and trying to appear as if he were on nothing more unusual than a morning stroll. The journey back to the old forest in daylight was a revelation. What had seemed mysterious and threatening by night appeared almost cheerful by day. Birds sang in the branches, and sunlight dappled the forest floor in patterns of gold and green. The brook, when he found it, ran clear and bright, its water sparkling over smooth stones. Bilbo filled his watering can, taking care to draw from a spot as close to the stone circle as he dared approach in daylight, and made his way back home. Over the next 2 days, Bilbo prepared the ground with a care and attention he had never given to any planting before. He turned the soil until it was perfectly loose and rich, mixed in compost from his heap, and removed every stone and root that might impede growth. His neighbours, seeing him work with such dedication on what appeared to be an empty patch of ground, began to whisper among themselves. Poor young Baggins, Hamfast Gamgee said to his wife at dinner, working himself into a state over nothing he is. Mark my words, that Took blood is showing itself. Won't be long before he does something truly peculiar. On the 3rd day, as evening shadows lengthened across the Shire, Bilbo knelt in his garden with the crystalline acorn cradled in his hands. The colours within had grown brighter over the past 3 days, swirling faster, as if the seed itself was eager to be planted. He pressed a small hole into the prepared soil with his thumb, placed the acorn gently within, and covered it over with earth. Then, using the water he had carefully preserved from the brook in the old forest, he watered the spot thoroughly. Nothing happened. At least, nothing visible happened. But Bilbo felt a subtle vibration run through the ground beneath his knees, and for just a moment he could have sworn he heard music, faint and far away but unmistakably there. He sat back on his heels and waited, watching the spot where he had planted the seed with an intensity that would have alarmed anyone who happened to observe him. As the sun set and stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Bilbo finally gave up his vigil and went inside. He prepared a light supper, tried to read by the fire, and eventually gave up and went to bed. But sleep was long in coming, and when it did arrive, his dreams were vivid and strange. He dreamed of roots growing deep into the earth, spreading out in intricate patterns that mirrored the runes he had seen in the stone circle. He dreamed of a tiny shoot breaking through the soil, reaching toward the sun with a determination that seemed almost conscious. And he dreamed of his mother, standing in his garden and smiling at him with pride and something that might have been relief. When Bilbo woke the next morning and rushed to his window to look out at the garden, his heart leaped. There, in the exact spot where he had planted the crystalline acorn, a small green shoot had emerged from the earth. It was no larger than his smallest finger, with two delicate leaves unfurling toward the sky, but it glowed with the faintest hint of that same otherworldly light he had seen in the stone circle. Over the following weeks, Bilbo watched the seedling grow with fascination that bordered on obsession. It was unlike any plant he had ever tended. It grew at an irregular pace, sometimes shooting up several inches in a single night, other times remaining seemingly unchanged for days at a time. Its leaves were a color that Bilbo had no name for, something between silver and green, and they seemed to catch and reflect light in unusual ways. More remarkably, Bilbo began to notice changes in himself. His thoughts seemed clearer, sharper, as if a fog he had never known was there had been lifted from his mind. He found himself understanding things that had previously puzzled him, making connections between disparate ideas with ease. When the Sackville Bagginses came to call, as they did with annoying frequency, he could see through their false pleasantries and transparent attempts to assess the value of his possessions with a clarity that was almost painful. And the dreams continued. Night after night, Bilbo dreamed of distant places and future adventures. He saw himself standing before a round door in a mountain, a door that would not open to any key. He saw himself in a dark tunnel, his hand closing around something precious and terrible. He saw battles and journeys, friendships forged in hardship, and dangers faced with courage he did not yet possess, but somehow knew he would find when the time came. The other hobbits of Hobbiton began to notice the change in Bilbo, though they could not have said exactly what was different about him. He seemed more present, somehow, more aware, as if he were paying attention to things they had never considered important. And there was a restlessness about him now, a sense of energy barely contained, like a stream damming up behind a beaver's lodge and waiting for the moment when the dam would break and release it. As spring turned to summer, and the mysterious plant in Bilbo's garden continued its uncanny growth, strange occurrences began to multiply throughout the Shire. At first, they were small things, easily dismissed or ignored. Tools that had been left in one place would turn up in another. Crops grew with unusual vigor in fields near Bag End, producing yields that astounded even the most experienced farmers. And animals, particularly the more intelligent creatures like foxes and badgers and the occasional wandering deer, seemed drawn to Bilbo's garden, where they would sit for hours, watching the glowing plant with what appeared to be reverent attention. Bilbo noticed all of this, of course, and worried about it in the way that hobbits worry about anything out of the ordinary. But he said nothing to his neighbours, sensing somehow that to speak of the plant's true nature would be to invite trouble he was not yet ready to face. Instead, he tended his garden with meticulous care, paying special attention to the mysterious seedling that now stood nearly 3 feet tall, its silver-green leaves rustling in breezes that did not seem to touch any other plant in the garden. It was on a particularly warm afternoon in late June that the first real crisis occurred. Bilbo had been weeding his potato patch, enjoying the simple, mindless work and the feel of good earth beneath his fingers, when he heard raised voices coming from the direction of the party tree. This in itself was unusual, for hobbits are generally peaceable folk who settle their differences over tea and seed cakes, rather than raised voices and accusations. Curiosity overcoming his desire to finish the weeding, Bilbo wiped his hands on his breeches and made his way toward the commotion. A crowd had gathered beneath the party tree, and at its centre stood Lotho Sackville Baggins and young Folko Boffin, both red-faced and gesturing angrily at one another. Between them, looking thoroughly miserable, stood Daisy Gamgee, Hampfast's youngest daughter, clutching a basket of strawberries to her chest. "I tell you, she stole them from my garden," Lotho was insisting, his voice carrying across the green. "I counted my strawberry plants just this morning, and half the fruit was gone, and here she is with a basket full, claiming they're from her own patch." "They are from our patch," Daisy said, her voice trembling but defiant. "My father and I planted those bushes 3 years ago, and we've tended them careful as can be. These are our strawberries, grown honest and true." "Lies," Lotho spat. "The Gamgees are too poor to grow fruit like that. Everyone knows Hamfast can barely keep his vegetables alive, let alone produce strawberries of such size and quality." Folko Boffin, who had apparently appointed himself Daisy's defender, stepped forward with his fists clenched. "You take that back, Lotho Sackville Baggins. The Gamgees are honest folk, worth 10 of you any day." The crowd murmured, some in agreement, others in disapproval. Bilbo could see the situation spiraling toward actual violence, something almost unheard of among hobbits. And then, quite without meaning to, he found himself speaking, his voice cutting through the argument with unexpected authority. "Perhaps," Bilbo said, and every head turned toward him, "we might settle this matter with reason rather than accusations and threats." He had not realized he was going to speak until the words were out of his mouth, but once begun, he found he could not stop. It was as if the clarity of thought he had been experiencing since planting the seed had suddenly sharpened into something more, an ability to see through confusion to the truth beneath. Bilbo approached the gathering and gestured toward Daisy's basket. "May I?" he asked politely. The girl nodded, and he took one of the strawberries, examining it closely. The fruit was indeed remarkable, larger and more perfectly formed than any strawberry he had seen before. But there was something about it, a faint shimmer in the red skin that reminded him of his mysterious plant. "These strawberries," Bilbo said slowly, thinking aloud, "are they from the patch near the boundary between the Gamgee garden and mine?" Daisy nodded. "Yes, sir. The bushes closest to your hedge have been doing wonderful well this year. Father says it must be something in the soil." Bilbo smiled, understanding dawning. The influence of the plant in his garden was spreading, affecting everything within a certain radius. The strawberries had grown unusually large and perfect, not through any effort of the Gamgees, but because they happened to be near the source of subtle magic that was radiating from his own plot. "And you, Lotho?" Bilbo continued, turning to his unpleasant cousin. "Where exactly in your garden were the strawberries you claim were stolen?" Lotho scowled. "On the far side, away from your property. Not that it matters. Theft is theft, regardless of where the fruit was grown." "Then I suspect," Bilbo said carefully, "that what we have here is not theft at all, but a simple case of mistaken identity. The strawberries from the Gamgee patch, being grown in particularly favorable conditions, have produced fruit of unusual quality. Your strawberries, Lotho, were likely picked by someone else entirely. Or perhaps by the birds that I've noticed have become quite bold this summer." It was a diplomatic solution, and Bilbo could see it gaining favor among the assembled hobbits. But Lotho was not so easily mollified. "That's nonsense," he said. "You're covering for them because the Gamgees work for you. I know what I know, and I say she's a thief." Before Bilbo could respond, something extraordinary happened. The words he had been about to speak rearranged themselves in his mind, and suddenly he knew, with absolute certainty, that Lotho was lying, not about the missing strawberries. Those were genuinely gone from his garden, but about his motives for making this accusation. He could see it in the way Lotho's eyes shifted, in the tension in his shoulders, in 1,000 tiny details that added up to a truth Lotho thought he had hidden. "You knew they weren't stolen," Bilbo heard himself say, his voice quiet but carrying complete conviction. "You've known all along that Daisy's strawberries came from her own garden. This whole performance is because you're angry about something else entirely. About the conversation you overheard at the Green Dragon last week, when several hobbits mentioned that Hamfist Gamgee is a better gardener than you'll ever be, despite all your money and fine tools." The crowd went silent. Lotho's face turned from red to white and back to red again. "How dare you?" he sputtered. "How could you possibly know what I overheard or didn't overhear?" Bilbo blinked, surprised by his own knowledge. He had not known he knew these things, had never heard about any conversation at the Green Dragon. Yet the information had simply been there in his mind, as certain and clear as if he had witnessed it himself. The plant, he realized, the gift was manifesting in ways he had not anticipated, granting him insights that went beyond mere clarity of thought. "I know what I know," Bilbo said, echoing Lotho's own words back to him, "and I think everyone here knows the truth of it now as well. Daisy Gamgee is no thief, and you owe her an apology." For a long moment, it seemed Lotho might refuse, but the weight of public opinion had shifted decisively against him, and even he was not foolish enough to stand alone against an entire community. With ill grace, he muttered something that might have been an apology and stalked away, his dignity in tatters. The crowd dispersed slowly, with many hobbits stopping to thank Bilbo for his intervention and to pat Daisy on the shoulder in sympathy and support. When they had all gone, Bilbo found himself walking back to Bag End with Hamfist Gamgee, who had arrived just in time to witness the confrontation's resolution. "That was well done, Master Baggins," Hamfist said quietly, "though I'll admit, I'm curious how you knew about that business at the Green Dragon. I was there myself, and I don't recall seeing you." Bilbo hesitated, unsure how to explain something he barely understood himself. "I suppose," he said slowly, "that I've been paying more attention to things lately. You notice details when you look carefully enough." Hamfist nodded, accepting this explanation, though his eyes suggested he suspected there was more to the story. "Well, whatever the reason, I'm grateful." Daisy was near tears, thinking she'd be called a thief and have her name dragged through the mud. They walked in companionable silence for a moment before Hamfist spoke again. "There's something different about you lately. Begging your pardon for saying so. Can't quite put my finger on it, but you seem more awake somehow, like you've been sleeping all your life and only just woke up." It was, Bilbo reflected, a remarkably accurate description of how he felt. "Perhaps I have," he said. "Perhaps I have at that." That night, as Bilbo sat in his study smoking his pipe and watching the stars through the window, he thought about what had happened beneath the party tree. The ability to see truth, to understand things he had no logical way of knowing, was both thrilling and terrifying. It was one thing to have sharper thoughts and clearer judgment, quite another to possess knowledge that seemed to come from nowhere. He rose and went to the window that overlooked his garden. The mysterious plant was clearly visible even in the darkness, glowing with that soft, ethereal light that never seemed to fade. It had grown considerably, now standing nearly as tall as Bilbo himself, with branches that spread out like arms reaching toward the sky. And as he watched, he could almost see the web of influence it was spreading, invisible threads of power connecting it to everything within reach. The summer wore on, and with each passing week, the plant in Bilbo's garden grew more remarkable. By mid-July, it stood taller than any hobbit, its silver-green leaves forming a canopy that rustled with music when the wind passed through them. The trunk, if it could be called a trunk, had developed a subtle pattern of spirals that reminded Bilbo of the runes he had seen in the stone circle, and at night, the glow had intensified to the point where Bilbo could read by it from his bedroom window without need of candle or lamp. The effects on Bilbo himself had also intensified. The clarity of thought that had first manifested now extended to languages. He found himself understanding snatches of conversation in tongues he had never studied, recognizing the meaning behind unfamiliar words, as if he had always known them. When a travelling dwarf passed through Hobbiton selling metalwork, Bilbo understood every word of the ancient Khuzd-dûl blessing the dwarf murmured over his wares, though no hobbit should have been able to comprehend that secret language. More disturbing were the visions that came to him now, even when he was awake. He would be going about his daily business, tending his garden or preparing his meals, when suddenly he would see things overlaid upon the world around him, shadows of possible futures, echoes of distant events, glimpses of places far beyond the borders of the Shire. They came and went like reflections in disturbed water, never lasting long enough for him to fully grasp their meaning, but always leaving him unsettled and uncertain. It was during one of these visions, on a hot afternoon in late July, that Bilbo first became aware of the trouble heading toward the Shire. He had been weeding his garden, his hands in the soil near the base of the mysterious plant, when the world around him seemed to shimmer and shift. Suddenly, he was no longer in his garden, but standing on a high road somewhere to the east, watching three figures approach. They were men, tall and hard-faced, wearing travel-stained cloaks and carrying weapons that had seen recent use. But it was not their appearance that troubled Bilbo so much as their purpose, which he could sense as clearly as if they had spoken it aloud. They were hunting something or someone, and their search was leading them inexorably toward the Shire. The vision faded, and Bilbo found himself kneeling in his garden, his heart pounding and his hands trembling. He had no way of knowing whether what he had seen was happening now, had already happened, or was yet to come, but the sense of threat was unmistakable, and it was growing stronger with each passing moment. Bilbo spent the rest of the day in a state of distracted anxiety. He tried to go about his normal routine, but his mind kept returning to the vision of those three grim-faced men and the danger they represented. Should he warn someone? But who would believe him, and what would he say? That he had seen strangers in a vision granted by a magical plant growing in his garden. He He would be laughed out of Hobbiton, or worse, viewed with the kind of suspicion and fear that could turn neighbours into enemies. As evening approached, Bilbo made a decision. He would walk the boundaries of Hobbiton, keeping watch through the night if necessary. If the men from his vision were indeed heading this way, perhaps he could spot them and raise an alarm before they entered the Shire proper. It was not much of a plan, but it was better than sitting idle while danger approached. He packed a small bag with provisions, took up his walking stick, and set out as the sun touched the western horizon. The air was warm and still, heavy with the scent of summer grass and distant wood smoke. Hobbits were settling into their homes for the evening, preparing supper and looking forward to a peaceful night. None of them noticed Bilbo slipping between the houses and heading toward the eastern edge of Hobbiton, where the road from Bree entered the Shire. Bilbo found a comfortable spot beneath a large oak tree that afforded a good view of the road. He settled himself with his back against the trunk and prepared to wait. The sun set in a blaze of orange and red, and twilight crept across the land like a gentle tide. Stars began to appear overhead, and somewhere in the distance, a nightingale began its evening song. Hours passed. Bilbo dozed intermittently, jerking awake at every sound, but the road remained empty, save for the occasional fox or badger going about its nocturnal business. He was beginning to think that perhaps his vision had been nothing more than anxiety-fueled imagination when he heard the sound of hoofbeats approaching from the east. Bilbo tensed, pressing himself against the tree trunk and trying to make himself as small and inconspicuous as possible. The hoofbeats grew louder, and then 3 riders appeared on the road, their forms dark against the starlit sky. Even without being able to see their faces clearly, Bilbo recognized them from his vision. These were the men he had seen, and they were indeed heading straight for Hobbiton. The riders slowed as they approached the boundary of the Shire, and Bilbo could hear them speaking to one another in low voices. To his surprise and alarm, he found he could understand every word they said, despite their speaking in a dialect of the common tongue he had never heard before. "Are you certain this is the place?" one of them asked, his voice harsh and impatient. "The tracker was clear," another replied. "The trail leads here, to this land of halflings. Whatever we seek is hidden somewhere in these hills." The third man, who seemed to be their leader, held up a hand for silence. "We must be careful. The halflings are under the protection of the rangers, and we do not wish to draw their attention. We search quickly and quietly, take what we came for, and depart before dawn." Bilbo's mind raced. What were they searching for, and why had his vision shown him these particular men? He watched as they dismounted and began to study the ground, moving with the practiced efficiency of experienced trackers. One of them produced a small object from his pouch, something that glinted in the starlight, and held it up as if testing the air. "The trace is strong here," the man with the object announced. "Whatever generates this power is close, very close. I would say it lies within a mile of where we stand." Bilbo's blood ran cold. They were tracking magical power. They were tracking the plant in his garden. Somehow these men had detected the influence radiating from the crystalline acorn he had planted, and they had come to claim it for themselves, or perhaps to destroy it. He had to act, but how? 3 armed men against 1 unarmed hobbit were not promising odds, even if Bilbo had possessed any fighting skill, which he most certainly did not. His hand moved unconsciously to his chest, where the silver whistle his mother had given him still hung on its chain beneath his shirt. She had told him to blow it only in dire need. If this situation did not qualify as dire, Bilbo could not imagine what would. But before he could make up his mind, one of the men turned and looked directly at the tree where Bilbo was hiding. "There's something there," the man said, his hand moving to the sword at his hip. "Something watching us." Bilbo held his breath, willing himself to become one with the tree, invisible and unnoticed. For a moment it seemed the man would walk toward his hiding place and discover him. But then a strange thing happened. The air around Bilbo seemed to thicken and shimmer, and he felt a presence wrap around him like a protective cloak. The mysterious plant in his garden, he realized, was somehow shielding him, bending the perception of the men so that they looked at him without seeing him. The man stared at the tree for another long moment, then shook his head. "Just shadows," he muttered. "This place plays tricks on the eyes." The 3 men conferred briefly, then split up, each heading in a different direction to search the area. One of them unfortunately chose to head directly toward Bag End and the heart of Hobbiton. Bilbo waited until the man was out of sight, then crept from his hiding place and began to follow him at a careful distance. The man moved with surprising stealth for someone of his size, making hardly any sound as he wove between the hobbit holes and gardens of Hobbiton. Bilbo followed, his heart in his throat, watching as the stranger drew ever closer to Bag End and the glowing plant that was surely drawing him like a beacon. Bilbo's feet moved silently across the grass as he followed the stranger through the sleeping village. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to hide, to wake the other hobbits and let them deal with this threat. But he knew with a certainty that came from the plant's gift that doing so would only make matters worse. These men were dangerous, and if they felt cornered or threatened, they would not hesitate to use violence against innocent hobbits. The stranger paused at the edge of Bilbo's property, and even in the darkness, Bilbo could see the man's head turn toward the garden where the mysterious plant stood glowing softly among the more mundane vegetables and flowers. The man took a step forward, then another, drawn inexorably toward the source of the power he had been tracking. Bilbo knew he had only moments to act. Once the stranger reached the plant, once he laid hands upon it or attempted to uproot it, there was no telling what might happen. The being in the stone circle had warned him that the seed would bind itself to him, root itself not only in his garden but in his heart. What would happen if someone tried to take it by force? Drawing on reserves of courage he had not known he possessed, Bilbo stepped out from behind the hedge where he had been concealing himself and spoke in a voice that carried more authority than he felt. "You're trespassing on private property? I suggest you leave before I raise an alarm that will bring every hobbit in Hobbiton down upon your head." The stranger whirled, his hand flying to his sword hilt. Up close, Bilbo could see he was a hard man, weathered by years of rough living and harder choices. His eyes held a cold calculation that made Bilbo's skin crawl, and there was something about the set of his jaw that spoke of violence barely restrained. "A halfling," the man said, his voice carrying a mixture of surprise and contempt. "I wondered what manner of creature would possess such power. You don't look like much, little one. Are you sure you want to stand between me and what I came for?" Bilbo's hand tightened on his walking stick, though he knew it would be little use against a trained swordsman. "This is my home," he said firmly, "and that plant is mine. Whatever you think you've come to claim, you'll not take it without a fight." The stranger laughed, a harsh sound that held no humor. "A fight? You? Look at yourself, halfling. You're barely half my height, and you hold a walking stick like an old man's crutch. Step aside and let me take what I came for, and I'll leave your little village in peace. Refuse, and I'll take it anyway, and you'll be in no condition to appreciate the mercy I'm showing you now." Bilbo felt fear rising in his throat, threatening to choke him. Every rational part of his mind agreed with the stranger's assessment. He was no warrior, no hero. He was just a hobbit, a comfortable, respectable hobbit, who had never raised his hand in anger in his entire life. What was he thinking, standing up to an armed man twice his size? But then he felt something else rising to meet the fear. It was warmth spreading from his chest, from the spot where his mother's silver whistle hung beneath his shirt, and with it came a clarity and certainty that pushed the fear aside. This was his test, his moment to prove himself worthy of the gift he had accepted. The being in the stone circle had warned him that change would come, that he could never again be content with the simple life of an ordinary hobbit. This was what that warning had meant. Bilbo straightened his shoulders and looked the stranger directly in the eye. "I have given you fair warning," he said, and his voice did not waver. "Leave now, or face the consequences." The stranger's expression hardened. "So be it," he said, and drew his sword in one smooth motion. The blade caught the starlight, gleaming with a wicked edge that had clearly tasted blood before. "I tried to spare you, halfling. Remember that when you're nursing your wounds." He lunged forward, not to kill, Bilbo realized, but to strike him aside, to clear the path to the plant beyond. But Bilbo was no longer where the stranger expected him to be. The gift had sharpened his perceptions to the point where he could see the man's intention in the shift of his weight, the angle of his shoulders, the focus of his eyes. Bilbo moved, not consciously thinking about it, but letting his body react with a speed and grace he had never possessed before. The sword cut through empty air, and the stranger stumbled slightly, caught off balance by missing his target. Bilbo used the moment to dart past him, placing himself between the man and the plant. "Last chance," he said, though his heart was hammering so hard he was certain the stranger must hear it. "Turn back now." The stranger's face flushed with anger. "Enough of this," he snarled, and attacked in earnest this time, his sword moving in patterns designed to kill rather than disable. What followed was less a fight than a desperate dance. Bilbo had no skill with weapons, no training in combat, but the gift granted him by the plant allowed him to see each attack before it came, to anticipate and avoid the stranger's blade by margins so narrow they seemed impossible. He ducked beneath a horizontal slash that would have taken his head from his shoulders. He rolled aside from a downward strike that bit deep into the earth, where he had been standing a heartbeat before. He twisted away from a thrust that left the stranger's sword embedded in the wooden fence surrounding his garden. The stranger was breathing heavily now, frustrated and increasingly angry at his inability to strike this small, unarmed opponent, who seemed to dance between his attacks like smoke. "What are you?" he demanded, wrenching his sword free from the fence. What manner of creature moves like that? Bilbo had no answer to give him. He was too busy trying to survive, too focused on the next attack and the next, knowing that a single mistake would end this confrontation in blood and pain. He could feel his strength beginning to flag, his movements growing slower as exhaustion set in. The gift could show him where to move, but it could not give him the endless stamina needed to keep evading a trained warrior. And then, as the stranger raised his sword for another strike, a new voice cut through the night air. "That will be quite enough of that." Both Bilbo and the stranger froze, turning toward the source of the voice. There, standing at the edge of Bilbo's garden, was a tall figure in a grey cloak and pointed hat. Even in the darkness, there was no mistaking the presence of Gandalf the Grey, and in his hand was his staff, which had begun to glow with a soft white light that drove back the shadows. "Gandalf," Bilbo breathed, relief flooding through him so powerfully that his legs nearly buckled. The wizard's eyes, sharp and penetrating, moved from Bilbo to the stranger and back again. "Bilbo Baggins," he said, and there was something in his tone that suggested he was not entirely surprised to find the young hobbit involved in such a confrontation. "It seems you have been busy since last we met." The stranger had taken several steps back at Gandalf's appearance, his earlier confidence evaporating in the face of the wizard's obvious power. "This is none of your concern, Greybeard," he said, but his voice held more bluster than conviction. "The halfling has something that belongs to my master, and I mean to retrieve it." Gandalf's expression darkened. "Your master, whoever he may be, has no claim to anything in this place, and threatening hobbits in their own homes is a grave mistake, one that I will not tolerate." The wizard's staff flared brighter, and the stranger took another step back. "You have two choices. You can leave now on your own 2 feet and carry word back to your master that the Shire is under my protection. Or you can remain, and I will show you why wise men do not anger wizards." For a long moment, the stranger stood his ground, weighing his options. Then, with a curse, he sheathed his sword and backed away. "This isn't over," he spat. "My master will hear of this, and he does not take kindly to interference. Then let him come himself if he dares," Gandalf replied calmly. "I would welcome the opportunity to have words with someone who sends armed men to terrorize peaceful villages." The stranger turned and fled into the darkness, and Bilbo heard the sound of hoofbeats moments later as the 3 riders departed, heading back the way they had come. Only when the sound had faded completely into the distance did Bilbo allow himself to collapse onto the ground, his entire body shaking with reaction. Gandalf approached and looked down at him with an expression that mixed concern, curiosity, and something that might have been approval. "Well, well," the wizard said softly, "it seems young Bilbo Baggins has stumbled into quite an adventure." Gandalf sat down on the grass beside Bilbo, his long legs folding beneath him with surprising grace for one so tall. The wizard's staff he planted firmly in the earth beside him, and its glow dimmed to a soft radiance that cast gentle shadows across the garden. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Bilbo was still catching his breath, his heart gradually slowing from its frantic pace, while Gandalf seemed content to wait until the young hobbit had recovered his composure. Finally, when Bilbo felt he could speak without his voice shaking, he turned to the wizard. "How did you know to come? How did you know I needed help?" Gandalf's eyes twinkled in the starlight. "Let us say that I have been keeping a closer watch on you than you might have realized, Bilbo Baggins. I have known your family for many years, and I knew your mother better than most. When she made her choice all those years ago, she asked me to watch over any children she might have, to be ready if the call should come to them as it came to her. Bilbo stared at the wizard in amazement. You knew about the stone circle? About the being that dwells there? I know many things, Gandalf replied, his tone gentle but evasive. I know, for instance, that you have been visited by one of the Guardians, the ancient spirits who tend the old places of power in Middle-earth. I know that you accepted a gift from this Guardian, against all common sense and caution, and that you planted it in your garden, despite having no idea what might grow from it. The wizard's gaze moved to the glowing plant that stood in the center of Bilbo's garden, and his expression softened with something that might have been respect, or perhaps wonder. And I know that what you have grown here is both a blessing and a burden, young Bilbo. A source of power and insight, yes, but also a beacon that will draw attention from those who seek such things for their own purposes. Bilbo felt a chill run down his spine. Those men who came tonight, they said they served a master. Who is this master, and why does he seek what I have planted? Gandalf was silent for a moment, seeming to weigh how much to tell him. There are many in Middle-earth who covet power, he said at last. Not all of them are as openly evil as the great enemy in Mordor. Some cloak their ambitions in noble intentions, claiming they seek power only to protect, to preserve, to prevent greater evils. But power corrupts, Bilbo, especially power that is taken rather than given, seized rather than earned. The wizard turned his penetrating gaze upon Bilbo. The being you met in the stone circle, the guardian who gave you that seed, is one of the last of its kind. In the elder days, there were many such spirits, servants of the Valar who walked Middle-earth and guided those who would listen. But over the long ages, most have faded or withdrawn to hidden places, and their gifts have become rare indeed. There are those who would do anything to possess such a gift, who would tear down this entire village if they thought it would bring them closer to the power you now nurture in your garden. Bilbo felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. Then I've put everyone in Hobbiton in danger, he said, his voice small and miserable. I should never have accepted the seed. I should have refused the gift and gone back to my ordinary life. To his surprise, Gandalf chuckled. Should you? And would you truly wish to return to the Hobbit you were before, knowing what you know now, seeing what you can now see? The gift has awakened something in you, Bilbo Baggins, something that was always there but sleeping. Your mother had it too, though she chose to let it slumber. You have chosen differently, and that choice carries consequences, both good and ill. The wizard reached out and placed a gnarled hand on Bilbo's shoulder. But do not think you have chosen wrongly. The world needs those who can see clearly, who can speak truth in the face of deception, who have the courage to stand against darkness, even when they are small and seemingly powerless. You showed such courage tonight, facing that warrior with nothing but a walking stick and your wits. That is no small thing. Bilbo felt warmth spreading through him at the wizard's words, though doubt still gnawed at his heart. But what do I do now? Those men will return, won't they? And next time, they might bring more, or their master might come himself. Gandalf nodded gravely. They will likely return, yes, but you will not face them alone. I will make certain of that. There are others I can call upon, rangers who patrol the borders of the Shire and keep watch against such threats, and I myself will remain nearby, at least until this immediate danger has passed. The wizard stood, retrieving his staff from the earth. But there is something you must do as well, Bilbo. You must learn to use the gifts the plant has granted you. You have discovered some of them already, the clarity of perception, the ability to understand languages, the insights that come unbidden. But there is more, much more, if you are willing to explore its potential. Bilbo rose as well, brushing grass from his breeches. How do I learn such things? Is there a book I should read, or a teacher who can instruct me? Gandalf's smile was mysterious. The best teacher is experience, and the best book is written in your own heart. Spend time with the plant, Bilbo. Sit beneath its branches when they grow large enough to provide shade. Listen to the music of its leaves in the wind, and most importantly, trust in the connection between you and the gift you have accepted. It will guide you, if you let it. The wizard began to walk toward the gate of Bilbo's garden, then paused and turned back. There is one more thing you should know. The plant you have grown is not permanent. It will bloom when the time is right, produce a single fruit, and then it will wither and fade. The fruit, when it comes, will be the culmination of all the power the plant has gathered, all the wisdom it has grown. What you do with that fruit, how you choose to use it or preserve it, will determine much about your future and perhaps the future of others as well. Bilbo felt a pang at the thought of losing the plant that had become such a central part of his life. How long do I have? When will it bloom? That, Gandalf said, is not for me to say. The plant will bloom when you are ready to receive its final gift, and not a moment before. It might be weeks, or months, or even years, but when the time comes, you will know. With that, the wizard tipped his hat and strode off into the night, his staff lighting his way. Bilbo watched him go, then turned to look at his garden and the mysterious plant that stood at its center. It seemed to glow more brightly than before, as if it had heard Gandalf's words and was responding to them in its own way. Bilbo approached the plant slowly, reaching out to touch one of its silver-green leaves. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt a surge of energy and warmth, and images flooded his mind. He saw the plant as it would become, grown tall and full, with branches that spread like a canopy overhead. He saw the bloom that would eventually appear, a flower of such beauty and radiance that it seemed to contain all the colors of the rainbow and some that had no names. And he saw the fruit that would follow, round and golden, pulsing with an inner light that promised transformation and revelation. But he also saw danger. He saw shadowy figures gathering in the distance, drawn by the plant's power like moths to a flame. He saw battles fought and won, and others fought and lost. He saw choices that would need to be made, sacrifices that would be required. The path ahead was not easy, and there were no guarantees of success or safety. Bilbo withdrew his hand from the leaf, breathing heavily. The visions faded, leaving him standing alone in his garden with the stars wheeling overhead and the night air cool against his skin. He thought about what Gandalf had said, about learning to use the gifts he had been given, about trusting in the connection between himself and the plant. Tomorrow, he decided, he would begin in earnest. He would spend time with the plant, as Gandalf had suggested, learning its rhythms and secrets. He would explore the abilities it had granted him, pushing past his comfort and caution to discover what he was truly capable of. And he would prepare himself for whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that he had chosen this path and must walk it to its end, wherever that might lead. But tonight, he was simply tired and shaken and grateful to be alive. He made his way back to Bag End, his legs heavy with exhaustion, and collapsed into bed without even bothering to change out of his clothes. His last thought before sleep claimed him was of his mother, of Belladonna Took, who had stood in the same stone circle and made a different choice. He wondered if she had ever regretted her decision, if she had ever looked at her comfortable life, and wondered what adventures she might have had if she had chosen differently. And he wondered if, years from now, he would look back on this night and feel the same way, or if he would be grateful for the courage he had shown and the path he had taken. Only time would tell, and time, Bilbo was learning, had a way of revealing truths that no amount of foresight could predict. The weeks that followed were unlike any Bilbo had experienced in his entire life. True to his word, he spent hours each day sitting beneath the plant, which had grown large enough now that its spreading branches did indeed provide shade from the summer sun. He would bring his breakfast out to the garden and eat beneath its canopy, or carry his books there and attempt to read, though more often than not, he would find himself simply sitting and listening to the music the wind made through the silver-green leaves. The connection between Bilbo and the plant deepened with each passing day. He began to understand that it was not simply a magical object, but something alive and aware in its own way, though its consciousness was so different from his own that he could barely comprehend it. It did not think in words or images, but in feelings and sensations, in the slow rhythm of growth and the patient accumulation of sunlight and water transformed into living energy. Through this connection, Bilbo's gifts continued to develop. The visions came more frequently now, and he was learning to interpret them, to distinguish between what was happening now, what had happened in the past, and what might happen in the future. The ability to understand languages had expanded until there was hardly a tongue spoken in Middle-earth that was wholly foreign to him, and the insight into truth and deception had grown so keen that he could barely tolerate being in crowds anymore. surrounded by the small lies and self-deceptions that were part of ordinary social interaction. Gandalf visited regularly, sometimes staying for tea and conversation, other times simply checking in to ensure all was well before departing on whatever mysterious business occupied a wizard's time. He would observe Bilbo's progress with those sharp eyes that seemed to see through to the heart of things, occasionally offering advice or warning, but more often letting Bilbo discover things for himself. It was Gandalf who first noticed the change in the plant's growth pattern. "Look there," he said one afternoon, pointing to the very top of the plant where the branches were thickest. "Do you see it? The beginnings of a bud." Bilbo looked where the wizard indicated and felt his breath catch. There, nestled among the uppermost leaves, was indeed a small swelling that had not been there the day before. It was barely visible, no larger than his smallest fingernail, but it pulsed with a light that was distinctly different from the glow of the leaves and trunk. "It's beginning to bloom," Bilbo whispered, feeling a mixture of excitement and sadness. The plant had become such a part of his life that the thought of it withering away seemed almost unbearable. Gandalf nodded gravely. "Which means the final test is approaching. The fruit will not come easily, Bilbo. Those who seek it will make one last attempt to claim it, and this time they will come in force. You must be ready." Over the next few days, the bud grew with startling speed. What had been barely visible one morning was the size of a plum by evening, and by the following dawn it had swollen to the size of an apple. The glow intensified, shifting through colors that Bilbo had never seen before and would never see again. Hues that existed only in the space between dreams and waking. The effects on Bilbo intensified as well. His senses became almost painfully acute. He could hear conversations happening in houses hundreds of yards away. He could see individual blades of grass with such clarity that each one seemed to possess its own character and personality. And the visions came in an almost constant stream now, overlaying his normal sight until he could barely distinguish between what was real and what was merely possible. It was through one of these visions that Bilbo first became aware of the approaching danger. He was sitting beneath the plant one evening, watching the bud pulse and swell, when suddenly the world around him shifted. He saw a company of riders approaching from the east, perhaps a dozen strong, all armed and armored and moving with grim purpose. At their head rode a figure cloaked and hooded, but even hidden, Bilbo could sense the power radiating from this person like heat from a forge. The vision was so vivid and immediate that Bilbo knew it was not showing him a possibility but a reality. These riders were coming now, would arrive before the next sunset, and they would not be turned aside as easily as the three scouts had been. Bilbo ran to find Gandalf, who had taken up residence in a small tent at the edge of Hobbiton. The wizard listened to his breathless account of the vision with a grim expression. "So it begins," Gandalf said. "The Master himself comes to claim what he believes is his. We must prepare." Preparations, in this case, meant rousing the hobbits of Hobbiton to action, which proved more difficult than Bilbo had anticipated. Hobbits, as a rule, do not believe in troubles until those troubles are literally standing on their doorsteps, and often not even then. The idea that armed riders were approaching with hostile intent seemed so far removed from their ordinary experience that most of them simply refused to credit it. Nonsense. Lotho Sackville Baggins declared when Gandalf tried to warn him, "This is the Shire. Nothing bad happens here." This is just more of young Bilbo's peculiar behavior, trying to stir up excitement where there's none to be had. But there were some who listened and believed. Hamfast Gamgee, who had seen the strange plant growing in Bilbo's garden and witnessed the changes in the young hobbit, rallied his family and a few trusted neighbours. The Tooks, always more adventurous than other hobbits, sent word that they would come if needed, though they were half a day's journey away in Tugborough, and a handful of others, those who had been touched by the plant's influence, or who simply trusted Gandalf's word, prepared to stand in defence of their homes. The riders arrived as the sun was setting on the following day, just as Bilbo's vision had predicted. They came down the east road in a column, their armour catching the last rays of sunlight, their weapons clearly visible and clearly meant for use. At their head rode the cloaked figure Bilbo had seen in his vision, and as the company drew closer, Bilbo felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the evening air. Gandalf stood at the border of Hobbiton, his staff planted firmly in the earth, and behind him stood Bilbo and perhaps 24 hobbits armed with whatever they could find. Pitchforks and scythes, hammers and axes meant for woodcutting rather than warfare, and in one case a particularly aggressive elderly hobbit wielding what appeared to be a cast-iron frying pan. The riders halted at Gandalf's upraised hand, and the cloaked figure urged his horse forward a few paces. When he spoke, his voice was cultured and smooth, the voice of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "I am Caradras of the South, scholar and seeker of ancient lore. I have come to claim an artifact that rightfully belongs to my order, a seed of power planted by one who did not understand its true significance. Stand aside, wizard, and let me take what is mine by right of knowledge and purpose." Gandalf's eyes blazed, and his voice, when he spoke, carried power that made the horses shy and dance nervously. "You have no rights here, Caradras, whatever you may call yourself. This is the Shire, under my protection, and the seed was given freely to Bilbo Baggins by one with far greater authority than you or your order could ever claim. Turn back now, while you still can." Caradras laughed, a sound without warmth or humour. "Or what, old man? You will stand against all of us. You and this pitiful gathering of farmers with their tools? I think not. We will take the artifact, and you will stand aside, or we will take it over your bodies and the bodies of these halflings who stand with you." Bilbo felt anger rising in his chest, hotter and fiercer than any emotion he had ever experienced. How dare this stranger come to his home, threaten his neighbours, and claim ownership of something that had been freely given and carefully tended? He stepped forward, placing himself beside Gandalf, and when he spoke, his voice carried a clarity and conviction that surprised even himself. "You speak of rights and knowledge, but you understand nothing," Bilbo declared. "The plant in my garden is not an artifact to be claimed, or a tool to be wielded. It is a living gift, given in trust and grown with care. It has chosen me as surely as I chose to accept it, and it will not serve you no matter how much force you bring to bear." As if in response to his words, the plant suddenly blazed with light so bright that even from this distance it was clearly visible, and from its center, from the bud that had been growing and swelling for days, came a sound like singing, high and clear and beautiful beyond description. The singing grew louder, filling the air with a melody that seemed to bypass the ears entirely and resonate directly in the hearts of all who heard it. The hobbits behind Bilbo straightened their shoulders, their fear melting away in the face of such beauty. Even the horses of Caradras's company grew calm, their ears pricked forward, as if listening to some ancient call they remembered from forgotten days. Caradras himself seemed momentarily taken aback, his confident demeanour faltering, but he recovered quickly, his hand moving to a pendant hanging at his throat. "Ancient magic means nothing against the power of will and knowledge," he declared, and the pendant began to glow with a sickly green light. "I have studied the old ways for longer than you have been alive, halfling. I know the words of command, the spells of binding and breaking. Your plant will answer to me whether it wishes to or not." He began to chant, his voice rising and falling in patterns that made Bilbo's teeth ache and his stomach turn. The words were in a language so old and twisted that even with his gift of understanding, Bilbo could barely comprehend them. But their intent was clear: domination, control, the bending of the plant's will to Caradras's purpose. For a moment, the plant's singing faltered, and Bilbo felt a wave of pain wash through the connection he shared with it. Caradras's spell was powerful, rooted in ancient knowledge and backed by decades of study and practice. It wrapped around the plant like chains, seeking to bind it, to force it into submission. But Bilbo would not let that happen. Without thinking, acting purely on instinct and the bond he had forged with the plant over these long weeks, he reached out with his mind and his heart, throwing every ounce of his will into supporting the struggling plant. He felt Gandalf beside him doing the same, the wizard's vast power flowing like a river to join Bilbo's stream. And behind them, though they might not have understood what they were doing, the assembled hobbits lent their strength as well, their simple faith and honest hearts creating a bulwark against Caradras's spell. The plant's song resumed, stronger than before, and the chains of Caradras's magic began to crack and splinter. The pendant at his throat flared brighter, then shattered in a burst of green light that sent the man staggering backward, his spell broken, his artifact of power destroyed. Caradras looked up at the glowing plant with an expression that mixed fury and something that might have been fear. "You cannot defeat us all," he snarled, gesturing to his armed riders. Magic has failed, but steel will not. We will cut down your plant and take its fruit by force if necessary." Gandalf's staff blazed white, and his voice when he spoke carried the weight of command. "Try, if you dare, and face the consequences. But know this, Caradhras, you are not the only one who can call upon aid. Even now, rangers approach from the north and south, drawn by signals I sent days ago. You are outnumbered and outmatched, and your only wise choice is to depart while you still can." As if summoned by his words, figures emerged from the gathering darkness, tall and grey, cloaked, carrying bows and swords that gleamed in the plant's light. The rangers of the north had arrived, and their presence tipped the balance decisively. Caradhras's riders shifted nervously in their saddles, looking to their master for guidance. For a long moment, Caradhras sat motionless on his horse, weighing his options. Then, with a curse that made the air around him shimmer with malice, he wheeled his mount around. "This is not over," he declared. "The knowledge of this place will spread, and others will come seeking what I sought. You have won today, wizard. But you have also painted a target on this peaceful little valley that will draw dangers you cannot imagine." With that ominous pronouncement, he spurred his horse forward, and his riders followed. They galloped away into the darkness, and the sound of their hoofbeats gradually faded until silence reclaimed the evening. Bilbo felt his legs give way, and he sat down hard on the ground, every bit of strength draining from him at once. Gandalf placed a hand on his shoulder, steadying him, while the hobbits behind them began to cheer and celebrate their unlikely victory. But Bilbo's attention was focused on the plant, which was now blazing so brightly that it cast shadows across the entire village. The bud at its crown had opened fully, revealing a flower of such transcendent beauty that Bilbo felt tears streaming down his face just looking at it. Petals of light and colour spiraled outward in patterns that seemed to contain all the wisdom of ages, all the beauty of stars and sunsets and every lovely thing that had ever existed in Middle-earth. And at the flower's centre, beginning to form even as Bilbo watched, was the fruit. It started as a point of golden light no larger than a seed, but it grew with each passing moment, swelling and ripening until it hung heavy and full, a perfect sphere that seemed to contain liquid sunshine. Gandalf helped Bilbo to his feet. "Go," the wizard said softly. "The fruit is ready, and it is yours to claim. But remember what I told you. How you choose to use it will determine much about your future." Bilbo walked through his garden on trembling legs, barely aware of the rangers and hobbits who watched in awed silence. He approached the plant, reached up, and gently lifted the golden fruit from its place among the petals. The moment his fingers touched it, he felt a surge of knowledge and power flow into him, so overwhelming that he nearly dropped the precious object. In that instant, Bilbo understood what the fruit truly was. It was not simply a repository of magic or a tool of power. It was a choice, a crossroads, a culmination of all the potential he had been nurturing since the night he planted the seed. He could consume it and gain abilities beyond imagination, becoming something more than Hobbit, but also less, transformed irrevocably into a being of magic and power. Or he could preserve it, keeping it as a reservoir of strength to be drawn upon in moments of need, but remaining essentially himself. The plant, having given up its fruit, began to wither. The leaves turned from silver green to gold to brown, falling gently to the earth like tears. The trunk that had stood so tall and proud began to bow and shrink. Within moments, all that remained was a small, gnarled stick, no taller than Bilbo's walking staff, still glowing faintly with remembered power. Bilbo carefully wrapped the fruit in a cloth he produced from his pocket and looked at Gandalf. "I know what to do," he said quietly. "I won't consume it, but I won't hide it away either. I'll keep it safe, keep it close, and when the time comes that I need courage or wisdom beyond my own, I'll draw upon it. Is that the right choice?" Gandalf smiled, and there was both pride and relief in his expression. "There is no right choice, Bilbo, only the choice that fits who you are and who you wish to become. But I think you have chosen wisely." The wizard looked at the withered remnant of the plant. "Keep that as well," he advised. "It may yet serve you in ways you cannot foresee." In the days that followed, life in Hobbiton gradually returned to normal, though nothing would ever be quite the same. The hobbits who had stood with Bilbo that night were changed by the experience. More aware of the larger world beyond the Shire, and less certain that comfort and safety were the highest goods worth pursuing, Bilbo himself became something of a legend in the village. Though he tried to downplay his role in the strange events, he placed the golden fruit in a small box of dark wood, which he kept in the most secure drawer of his study, and the withered remains of the plant he fashioned into a walking stick, which became his constant companion on the long walks he now took regularly, wandering the Shire and beyond, always wondering what lay over the next hill or around the next bend. The gifts the plant had given him remained, though they gradually became less overwhelming, settling into something Bilbo could control and use with conscious intent rather than being controlled by them. He learned to see truth without being crushed by the weight of constant awareness. He mastered languages not through magic but through study, building on the foundation the plant had given him, and the visions, while less frequent, still came when they were needed most. Years passed, and Bilbo Baggins became known as one of the more peculiar hobbits in the Shire, always ready with a strange tale or an unexpected insight, always seeming to know more than a simple hobbit ought to know. His neighbours shook their heads and muttered about Took blood showing itself, never realising how close to the truth they were. And when, many years later, a wizard appeared at his door with a proposition about an unexpected journey, Bilbo found he could not refuse. The restlessness the plant had awakened in him had never truly subsided, and the promise of adventure called to something deep in his heart that had been planted on that night, long ago, when he stood in a circle of ancient stones and accepted a gift that changed his life forever. In his pocket, on that fateful day when he would meet dwarves and face dragons and find a certain ring in the darkness, Bilbo carried both his walking stick fashioned from the withered plant and the small wooden box containing the golden fruit. And though he would not open that box for many years, not until the darkest days of the War of the Ring when courage was needed most desperately, he drew strength from knowing it was there, a reservoir of light and hope preserved from a younger, simpler time. This, then, was Bilbo's untold adventure. The story of how a respectable young hobbit became someone capable of far greater things, how he learned that the world was wider and stranger than he had ever imagined, and how he took the first steps on a path that would lead him to glory and sorrow, to friendship and loss, and ultimately to a peace earned through trials and choices made with wisdom and courage. And the seed of it all, the beginning of everything that Bilbo Baggins would become, was planted in a garden under starlight by a hobbit who dared to accept a gift and see where it would lead him.